Alright, hello everyone, and welcome to part 2 of my Amonkhet set review. I'm Dean Convery, and today we'll be going through all the red, green, gold, artifacts, and lands. Uh, Part 1 was recorded yesterday and put up on YouTube and on my Twitch channel, so I'll put a link to that below for anyone who missed it. To go over the structure, we'll be talking about every card. We'll be giving them a review for both limited and constructed. If anyone's watched the limited resource or listened to limited resources, they do a set review pretty similarly. They give every card a letter grade for limited. I'm going to be using their grading scale. I think it's the best one I've seen. So maybe if you watch both of them, maybe you can compare our reviews and see if they line up. Hopefully they will. And now for the ones that are the cards that are I think I've constructed applications, I will talk a little bit about them. To frame how I review cards for limited, I think the best way to start is to imagine like a generic core set, some sort of M set, the M10, M12, M13, whatever, and imagine taking the card and slotting it into one of those sets and how would it perform there, because, well, Amonkhet, the full spoiler has only been revealed like 2 days ago. The pre-release is, I think, a week from now, so I haven't played with any of the Amonkhet cards, and most of the people who do set reviews haven't played with any of the cards by the time they are doing their set reviews. So I can't really frame it. I don't know how Amonkhet Limited plays out exactly. So that's why I use the test of putting them in like generic core set and see. That gives you like a good baseline, and then you can kind of modify the rating based on what you think the parameters of the format will be. So like you could view a card, say from original Zendikar, which was the most aggressive limited format of all time, and then once you've got like the base rating from looking at it through core set lens, you can then kind of modify it and like subtract points if it's like a particularly expensive card, or you can give it bonus points if it's like an aggressive slanted card, or if it's really good in a race, like let's say it was a card with lifelink, or maybe if it's a defensive creature with reach that's really good at blocking, you could kind of modify its grade up a little bit, but it's unlikely to ever jump a card like a massive amount, unless it's a real synergy based card, like there was a couple of cards in yesterday's set review that triggered off of cards whenever you cycle a card. Obviously putting that in a generic core set doesn't mean anything. You won't have any cycling cards at all. So, for the vast majority of cards, I think that's a good lens to get started. So I guess we can jump right in. Let me pull up the first card here. Electrify. 3 in a red for an instant. Electrify deals 4 damage to target creature. So this is a nice, clean, simple card to get us started. 4 mana for 4 damage. This card's been printed before, was Lightning Blast. It might have been able to hit players, though. This card is fine. Using the core set lens, it would be, in most core sets, it would be like a C plus or a B minus, depending, I guess, on the average size of the creatures. There's nothing really. There's nothing I've seen in Amonkhet that would make me change the rating dramatically there. I don't think I've seen very many creatures so far in the 3 colors we've seen with 5 toughness. Admittedly, we still have green to get to. So maybe if there is a particularly large couple of green commons. I know looking back at Kaladesh, this card would have been quite good in Kaladesh because some of the like major hitters for green at common were like Thriving Rhino, they were Pima Outrider, they were Kriparian Tiger or Riparian Tiger. They all had 4 toughness, so they would have died to this. I don't know. Maybe this format is slightly tweaked, and those commons happen to have 5 toughness or happen to be able to gain 5 toughness. We'll see there. But I'm going to start with this with a rating of B minus, and you can adjust accordingly when we come later. For constructed, this card is meh. It's not going to do anything in constructed. There's, in fact, a strictly better version of this already legal. I will say, yeah, on the last set review, I complained a little about Sensor using up a really good name for a card that had a set mechanic on it, so that couldn't be reprinted in multiple sets. This is a good use of the name Electrify, I think. Probably of the next 10 blocks that come out, there's a good chance we'll see Electrify 2, maybe 3 more times in those sets. So, good use of the name. Our second card, True Heart Twins, 4 in a red for a 4/4. You may exert True Heart Twins as it attacks, and whenever you exert a creature, creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. So, 5 mana 4/4 is fine. That's pretty standard. Worth noting, our last card dealt 4 damage. This is a 5 mana creature that has 4 toughness, so that's good for Electrify. So its ability here, you can exert it to give +1 power to all of your creatures. That's pretty reasonable. I was reasonably high on the white exert flyer that give +1/+1 to all your creatures. And it's actually a combo, because this card noticeably isn't just itself. If you exert any other creature, this will trigger. And if you exert it plus another creature, all your creatures will be getting +2 power, which is quite strong. So this card scales really, really nicely if you get a lot of more exert creatures. You could be getting in for like one really huge turn. So, where to rate it? It's a good body for 5 mana. I wouldn't complain too much about playing this. I'm gonna start this as a C+, and I think it even has room to grow up to B- if you end up with 3, 4, 5 more exert creatures in your limited decks. Yeah, I think that's where I'm going to rate this card. This card can hit really hard if you have multiple exert creatures in play. For constructed, it's too slow. So Hazaret the Fervent God shows up here. So in 4 mana, 5/4, indestructible haste, can't attack or block unless you have 1 or fewer cards in hand, and you could discard a card and pay 2 in a red to deal 2 damage to each opponent. Well, so for limited, it's very tough for you to make use of haste on this card, I feel, so particularly on turn 4. On turn 4, you're not going to be hasting this out. You're just going to have 3, 4 cards in your hand at that point. In the later game, if you draw it later, it is considerably likely that this will have haste and be able to get in for a huge chunk if you top deck it. Indestructible is nice. The activate ability is okay. It's not exceptional. So how to rate this one for limited is tough. I think it looks to me around the B- range. Maybe it's a B, because I feel like you will be able to turn this on. You will be able to get to only 1 card in your hand, even if that takes till turn 6. And at that point, when you get to turn 6 and having a 5/4 indestructible coming at your opponent every turn, that's really tough to deal with. Okay, maybe I'm talking myself up to a B on this. The activated ability is really good when the game goes a bit longer. When your opponent is close to death, when your opponent gets to 6 life, or even at 8 life, it starts to be really threatening. You can just throw your whole hand at your opponent. Okay, I think I'm going to rate this a B for limited. But this is one of the cards that's so unique and so different to any other card that's ever been printed that I feel a low of degree of confidence on this review. It could be, well, I'd be maybe a bit surprised if it made it up to A. I think B is a reasonable rating for this card. And for constructed, standard in particular, I think this will show up in standard. I talked a little bit before in the black cards review that some of the black cards have interesting applications with Noose Constrictor. This card is really good friends with Noose Constrictor. You could be able to discard down your hand on turn 4 to be attacking with this, which seems a little all in, but there is another red creature coming up that triggers off a few discarding cards. So if you're getting your Noose Constrictor getting pumped, the red 1-drop getting pumped, this also coming in for 5, that adds up to a lot of damage. And then if that swing doesn't outright kill your opponent, you've then got this activated ability that can deal the last few points. Yeah, I think Hazaret has a reasonable shot at constructed, and I think it will be the top end of some aggressive red decks, and I think there might be a red-green archetype with Noose Constrictor that uses this and uses a lot of the madness cards from Shadows over Innistrad. I think there is certainly potential for something there. So the next card, Harsh Mentor, 1 in a red for a 2/2 human cleric, and when an opponent activates an ability of an artifact, creature, or land on the battlefield, if it isn't a mana ability, Harsh Mentor deals 2 damage to that player. So, for limited, it's a 2 mana 2/2, which is already like C-. It's got an upside, which is nice. How often does this upside happen in limited? Well, basically every artifact your opponent has is going to be activating abilities like every turn, every other turn. The creatures, it's really only tap abilities that this kind of gets, and I guess some of the activated abilities, because a lot of the main, like the mechanics of this set, I don't believe any of them trigger it, because Embalm, your creature's not on the battlefield when you're activating Embalm, and cycling the cards aren't on the battlefield when you're activating cycling, so I don't think it has any interactions there. There's not really a whole lot of lands with activated abilities going around, so I'd say a fair amount of the time you play this, its ability isn't going to be doing anything. Though I guess when the ability is good, it probably has the potential of dealing like 6 damage to your opponent, or just stopping them outright from using their artifacts. This card is probably a C. It's probably where it lands for limited. But it is a C with considerable room to grow. If your opponent if you see some sort of artifact with an activated ability out of your opponent, and this is in my sideboard, I'd be pretty happy to board this in. But it's probably a C that you should look to be boarding out or treating it as a C- for whenever your opponent doesn't have anything that's triggering it. And you can be boarding it in if they do. So for constructed, this is interesting as well. The stats are fine for constructed, 2 mana 2/2, and this triggered ability is quite nice. Unfortunately, it doesn't hit planeswalkers. What creature abilities are being activated? What artifact activated abilities are going off and constructed? For standard, I don't know. I guess if there is an aggressive mono red deck, this card has a reasonable shot at being a sideboard card for that. I don't think. Okay, the chat is coming in with Crew. Crew is a good one. That is certainly quite relevant for standard. Okay, that bumps it up a good bit. There is a lot of crewing going on in standard. In particular, if your opponent's crewing like Heart of Kirin with Gideon, which is very common, then this will trigger let you deal 2 damage, and you can even do that 2 damage to Gideon. So now Gideon's down to 1 loyalty. That's quite good. There hasn't really been aggressive red decks in standard for the past couple of years, or even the past 2 years ish. So that's, will it find a home? The power level is there. Whether or not it has a home in standard, I don't know. For modern, maybe this is a sideboard card for the burn decks in modern. I don't like it over any of their current main deck options. Though the burn decks are already kind of slanting quite creature heavy at the moment, with Wild Nacatl, Goblin Guide, Monster Swift Spear, Eidolon of the Great Revel being their creatures. But I could certainly see it as a reasonable sideboard card in modern, because there's certainly some decks that have huge amounts of activated abilities going on, like I guess Affinity. So I will say this is a sideboard card in modern, and its power level is there for standard, just needs to hopefully find a home. But it's got 2 years to find a home, so it's got a reasonable chance. So Pursue Glory, 3 and a red, instant. Attacking creatures get +2 power until end of turn, and cycling. Okay, so a Trumpet Blast with cycling for 1 mana more. Trumpet Blast is always fine in limited. You have to be a really aggressive deck, and kind of a go wide deck, that meaning that you have lots of creatures. If you just have 2 or even 3 creatures in play, Pursue Glory is not particularly exciting. Once you get to 4 creatures, 5 creatures, you're really hitting for a lot of damage. And Trumpet Blasts can be pretty situational. If you stumbled at all, or if the game isn't going your way, then being able to cycle this is quite nice. So I will give this... It's tough to give this one a letter grade, because some decks will actively really want this, and it'll probably be a C+ in decks that have a high creature count or are able to make any sort of tokens, whilst decks that can't do any of that just don't want it at all. So it's kind of a split card of rating of C+ and like D-. But yeah, this is good if you've got the right number of creatures. So I'll give that weird C+, D- rating. For constructed, this is just not efficient enough. So now we have Manticore of the Gauntlet, 4 in a red for a 5/4 creature Manticore. When Manticore of the Gauntlet enters the battlefield, put a -1/-1 counter on target creature you control. Manticore of the Gauntlet deals 3 damage to target opponent. I was almost really excited there until they said just target opponent. But this card is fine. So a 5 mana 4/3, if you're putting the counter on itself, is mediocre. Quite mediocre, that's just bad. 3 damage to your opponent is nice. You don't have to put the counter on itself. The counter can go elsewhere. If the counter is going elsewhere, this is kind of comparable to Saddleback Lagak, which was in Aether Revolt, the most recent set. It was just 5 mana, 5/4 with no ability, and it was mediocre. It was like a D+. This card is probably in a similar spot. It is probably a D+. Maybe if you have particular number of cards that don't mind the -1/-1 counter going on it, there's a couple of green cards we'll talk about later, that it maybe bumps up to a C-, but it's not going to go very high. And for constructed, it is not efficient enough. So our first split card with Aftermath today. Insult to Injury. 2 and a red, sorcery. Damage can't be prevented this turn. If a source you control would deal damage this turn, it deals double that damage instead. And Injury, the backside, is 2 and a red again for a sorcery with Aftermath, and it deals 2 damage to target creature and 2 damage to target player. Okay. If those two cards were flipped, so it was Injury to Insult, this card would be getting a much, much higher rating. As it is, the front half is, well, insulting. It's quite bad for limited. Yeah, the fact that we have to go through this first half before we can get to the second half is really disappointing. So there's a couple of ways you can play this. You can play Insult and then, I guess, just attack, get in maybe some extra damage. Then the next turn you've got Injury ready to go, which is the kind of card you are excited about. At 6 mana, if you do both of these at once, it's actually quite good. You could get to deal 4 damage to a creature and 4 damage to your opponent. So that certainly helps, and that it'll also double all the rest of your damage for the turn. This is a tough one to evaluate. I think it looks to me to be about a B minus, maybe a B. And it's mostly the 6 mana, playing both of them at once, that I'm really interested in. Because that is quite a good turn. If you go 6 mana, kill one of your blockers, deal 4 damage to you, and attack with everything. Because your creatures even deal double damage to whatever creatures are blocking them. So it allows your kind of creatures to trade up. Or it means that if you have, basically, assuming all your creatures have at least like 2 power, when you're attacking with all these, they're pretty much going to kill everything in their way, which is quite nice. So it kind of does function very similarly to the Trumpet Blast effect we saw a few cards back, where it's a good just play this, crash in, get to kill your opponent. So I think overall it's B minus to B, depending on if you have a high creature count and if you are aggressive in any way. In any sort of aggressive deck with more than 13 creatures, this is going to be a B. Whenever you get lower than 13 creatures, it drops down to a B minus, I think. Yeah, I think that's going to be my rating for limited. For constructed, this is just quite inefficient. So for constructed, really, you have to ask yourself, is 3 mana double all your damage for a turn worth it? I don't think so. I think you can do better. I'm going to say that this is not going to be making an impact in constructed, but if there did happen to be a particularly aggressive, go wide, aggressive deck, thinking back to kind of the Atarka Red style decks that were playing Dragon's Fodder and Hordling Outburst, then maybe this card would have a shot, but I would be skeptical of its chances. So Fling, an old classic, is back. 1 red for an instant as additional cost to cast Fling, sack a creature, and Fling deals damage equal to the sacrificed creature's power to target creature or player. Fling is always fine in limited. Don't mind playing one of them in most decks. The second one is a lot worse unless you particularly have something special going on with your deck. It's notable that this card is a great sideboard card against any pacifism type cards. If you see a pacifism or 2 out of your opponent in game 1 and you have a Fling in your sideboard, sideboarding it in is quite good. So yeah, Fling is probably a C minus, depending on kind of the makeup of your deck. If your deck has less than 12 creatures in it, Fling is just going to be bad. If your deck has more than 12 creatures, it'll be somewhere between C plus or C minus and C. And as soon as you see pacifisms out of your opponent, board this in, it'll jump up to a C plus at that point. For constructed, in particular in standard, electrostatic pummeler is legal and a fringe deck. Fling could be quite good in that deck. It's not uncommon that electrostatic pummeler gets up to above 20 power. So there's a good chance, I think, that Fling will show up in a small amount in standard over the next year. So our next card, Hazaret's Favor, 2 and a red, enchantment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may have target creature you control get +2 power and gain haste until end of turn. If you do, sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. So, how is this card for limited? Well, it's interesting. So, 3 mana. Imagine the turn you're playing Hazaret's Favor, you're unlikely to be getting much use out of the haste, because you would have to be casting also a creature as well on the same turn that you're investing this 3 mana. How good is it to be throwing your creatures at your opponent for this extra burst of damage every turn? It's tough to say. It's really going to depend on the makeup of your deck. I guess something I didn't talk about with Fling, the last card, but is also relevant to this card, is does the set have an active treason effect, a threaten effect, where you get to take one of your opponent's creatures for a turn? If the set does, particularly at common, I imagine it does, then these effects get considerably better. If you can take your opponent's card, hit them with it, and then fling it at one of their other creatures or fling it at their face so they don't get it back, that's a huge, huge upgrade. If you have any sort of other means to sacrifice your creatures, we looked through black yesterday. I think the only card in black that was asking us to sacrifice our own creatures was the Black God. So I don't think there was anything at common or uncommon, which is particularly surprising, I guess. So this card can be good if you're particularly very aggressive, but you have to be very, very aggressive. I'm not going to rate this very highly for limited. I imagine this is going to be a D, but it has a D that if you have a couple of whatever this set's active treason effect is, if you have a couple of means to sacrifice your own creatures for some sort of profit, again, we didn't really see those in black, which is usually where they are, then this card gets a bit better. But yeah, I think this is a D that I'm going to need to play with a couple of times before I can really nail down the rating, but I'm not optimistic about his chances. For constructed, and particularly standard, again, I'm similarly skeptical of its chances. 3 mana is a lot for this effect. Honestly, if this didn't have me sacking the creature in turn, I still wouldn't be that excited for it for standard, I don't think. So I'm going to say no on Hazaret's Favor. So Minotaur Sure Shot, 2 and a red for a 2/3 with Reach. That's like, I know they've had red Reach creatures for like 2 years now, and there's been 3 or 4 printed. It still seems strange to me each time. It's weird to see a defensive ability like a purely defensive ability on a red creature, but it also has 1 and a red Minotaur Sure Shot gets +1 power until end of turn. So, these stats are fine. 3 mana, 2/3. Minotaur is the classic Heirloom Minotaur stats. So the stats are fine. The stats put it at a C. This Fire Breathing ability, the pay 2 mana to give +1/+0, is quite nice. It means that Minotaur Sure Shot threatens to tree it up. Especially you can play it on turn 3, you play your 4th land, attack with it on turn 4. Your opponent has to treat it as a 4 power attacker. In the late game, they have to kind of block it as if it's a like 6 power attacker. So yeah, I think this is doing enough. I think the reach is okay. I mean, I guess some of the blue and white flying creatures were there was a lot of 2/2s, some 3/2s. So this is going to be able to, even without pumping, I think, take down most of the flyers in combat, and it has the pump ability to take down even the bigger ones. So I'm going to give this a C plus, and say it's one of the better red common creatures we've seen so far. Likely to be one of the better red common creatures overall. For constructed though, no chance. So, Sweltering Suns now. 1 red sorcery. Deals 3 damage to each creature. And it's got cycling for 3. So for limited, this is quite good. Sweepers generally unlimited come in at the B to B plus range. Like, I guess traditional Wrath of God, Day of Judgment type sweepers are probably B pluses, A minuses, and this type of Fire Spout, Flame Break, Anger of the Gods type sweepers are probably in the B plus range. The fact that this is cycling is quite relevant for limited, because there's a good percentage of the time that even if you're a kind of a defensive oriented deck in limited, that there's a reasonable percentage of the time you're just going to have a better opening curve than your opponent, and you're just going to start off on the offensive. So in those cases, cycling is really nice. And it is nice that in the late game, where maybe you're being threatened by a 4 power attacker in the air, some sort of 4/4 flyer, then you could cycle this, and where it would have been dead before. So I'm going to give this a B plus for limited. It might even be an A minus, because the creatures we've seen in the set have been on the smaller side, and cycling is really nice. So I'm going to say somewhere between B plus, A minus for limited. For constructed, this seems like a hit as well to me. All these type of 3 mana red sweepers, Anger the Gods, Flame Spout, or Fire Spout, I guess, have all been quite good. Radiant Flames is even quite good, and Radiant Flames is quite restrictive. You need to be playing 3 separate colors most of the time. This you can play in just a 2-color red deck or a mono red deck. And cycling is nice. So yeah, this will definitely see constructed play. It's particularly standard over the next 2 years. Flameblade Adept. This was the card I was talking about earlier when I was talking about the Red God. But to start off, for its limited applications, red for a 1/2 menace. When you cycle or discard a card, it gets +1 power until end of turn. These type of cards perform a lot better in constructed than they do in limited. Menace is nice on a 1-drop. I always find playing Insolent Neonate. That might not be the right card I'm thinking of. The one from Shadows of Innistrad that was red for a 1/1 menace that you could sack it and discard to draw a card. When you played it on turn 1, it would get in. Most 1-drops can get in for 2 points before your opponent gets a blocker down, and even that one got to keep getting in for a 3rd, 4th, even 5th point, even once your opponent did get a blocker into play, because they would often have to block your more expensive creatures and not be able to dedicate 2 blockers to it until considerably later in the game. This ability when you cycle a discard, gets +1 power is not super impressive to me for limited. It kind of, being 1 power, whenever it gets into combat with an opposing creature, you're almost always going to need to be cycling a card for it to trade. And oftentimes you might even need to cycle 2 cards to get it to trade. So I'm going to give this a D plus for limited. And if you had a really high density of cycling cards, like 10, it might go up to C minus, maybe even C, but I'm going to start it at like D plus. Mainly because 1 mana cards are just, they have to reach a really high bar to be good in limited. For constructed, like I mentioned with the Red God, I think this could be a part of some sort of Noose Constrictor deck. The fact that this card also gets +1 power whenever you're discarding to Noose Constrictor. The fact that this has Menace means that it'll be tough to block, especially if you're attacking with Noose Constrictor and this. Then your opponent kind of needs 3 blockers because you're threatening a lot of damage. It seems fine. If there is a deck there that's playing this Constrictor, the Red God, or even just a mono red deck with like this and the Red God and other means to discard your cards, it seems fine. I think this is enough power for constructed, just has to hope to find a home. So Pathmaker Initiate, 1 and a red for a 2/1. Tap, target creature with power 2 or less can't be blocked this turn. This is quite nice. The 1 and a red 2/1 stat line is quite reasonable. That's already a D plus C minus. And this ability is, so when evaluating 2 mana creatures for limited, not only you have to kind of evaluate them both on like what they're like on turn 2, or what kind of impact they have, but then once we get past turn 4, turn 5, do they still have an impact? For a lot of 2 mana creatures, the answer is no, if they're just like combat orientated, because the creatures on the board have just gotten big enough that they're kind of relegated to double blocking at that point to have any impact. But this card does have an impact past turn 5, because it can start letting your other smaller creatures get through. In particular, we saw the red common, the 3 mana 2/3 with reach and fire breathing. That's a good combo. You get to make it unblockable and then attack and then pump it up. That's really nice. So yeah, this card is probably a C plus in terms of 2 mana red creatures. Like, of all the 2 mana creatures I've seen in the set, this is one of the more exciting ones to me. Probably the best one I think we've seen is the 2 mana white creature that has Exert to get +1/+1 and flying. But this is a similar kind of vein, that once it gets to get in a few points on the ground at the start, and then as the game goes longer, it still gets to be pushing through damage. This is a great card, C plus for limited. And there might even be decks that if you did have cards like the red 3-drop with fire breathing, that it might even make its way up to B minus, but it would take a really aggressive red deck with some ways to synergize with this. Normally C plus. And for constructed, it's not going to get there. I really like the art as well, though. Bloodlust Insider, red for a 1/1. With tap, target creature gains haste until end of turn. So this guy's not messing around. So this guy's kind of like an enchantment where you play him out on turn 1. Because his 1/1 body is kind of so meaningless, that if you play him out on turn 1, you're going to get in like 1-2 points with him. And then beyond that, every creature you play for the rest of the game kind of has haste. That's not bad. If you're very aggressive red deck, I don't mind playing one of these. playing any more than one, I don't think I would ever play a second copy of this, because if you draw it in multiples, the second one does nothing at all. But I think the first one is probably okay. But even then, the first one is probably a D plus, and the second one is an F. So yeah, that's how I'm going to rate it. First one D plus, second one F. And for constructed, you kind of always have to look at any effect that grants haste in constructed, because it kind of has combo applications. Don't think this one's going to get there. I'd say no for constructed. Magma Spray, another reprint. So red for an instant deals 2 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. So, talk about it for limited. This is quite nice. Shock is most limited formats tend to have a shock effect. The 1 mana red instant that deals 2 damage to a creature. They're always quite good. They're always C+, and even in some extreme formats, they make it up to like B-. If like maybe a format like Original Zendikar, if Magma Spray was in it, it would probably be B-, because it just kills practically every creature in that set. We saw a fair number of two toughness like 4 mana creatures that I was happy enough putting in my deck. I'm thinking back to like the blue Embalm flyer that was 4 mana for a 3/2 flyer, and a Embalm for 7. Magma Spray is absurdly good against that guy, because the exile clause, if you're ever killing a creature with an Embalm, they're not going to get to Embalm it. But yeah, I think this card's rating is somewhere between C+ and B-. I think I'm going to start with it at B- for this set, because it's got a nice interaction against all the Embalm creatures, and most of the Embalm creatures seem kind of small. I can think of a fair number of 2 toughness Embalm creatures off the top of my head, and you could team this up with combat damage or another burn spell to get an Embalm creature, get it gone for good. So I'm going to give it a B- for limited, is where I'm going to start. For constructed, this card's a reprint, and has seen play in the past. Sees fringe play in modern as well. There's whenever cards like Kitchen Finks or Voice of Resurgence are heavily played, the Grixis control decks turn to Magma Spray. So, yep, Magma Spray, going to be a hit in constructed. Great answer to Scrap Heap Scrounger. It is, yeah, Scrap Heap Scrounger is the biggest one. So this is it's got a target on its forehead at the moment. Desert Ceradon, 6 mana for 6/4 with cycling. This, I can't really even make out what's going on in this art. It's a bit strange. But this card seems good. Crawworm stats, 6 mana, 6/4. Cycling is nice. Of all the like big creatures at common with cycling that we've seen so far, this is, I think, one of the better ones. The stat line is fine, and the cycling is as cheap as it can be. It's just red, and I've seen a couple of red cards that care about cycling. Admittedly, not great ones so far. So yeah, this for limited is probably a C. It's probably a C. I'm tempted to say C plus because of how cheap that cycling is, and if you ended up with a couple of these in your limited deck, then it doesn't really, you really mitigate that drawback of having 6 mana creatures in your opening hand, because you rarely are doing anything with your mana on turn 1, so you'll be able to cycle it then. And just having a couple of these, it's kind of like how Morph played out in Cans of Tarkir, where because all the expensive morphs, you could just play them for 3 mana. They really mitigated the drawback of drawing an opening hand with multiple 6-drops in it. But it meant once you got to the late game, your deck was just stacked with 6-drops. You would just have, once you got to turn 5, your deck would have 8 6-drops in your deck, which is just not something that would ever happen in normal limited. So it's knocking on C plus for me for that reason. but yeah, I'm gonna maybe I'll be generous and say C plus for Desert Ceradon. And so for constructed, this in particular could be a living end card now. 6/4 is really good stats for a living end creature, especially when it's got cycling for only 1 mana. I think the best they had up until now was Monstrous Carabid was cycling for 1 mana, but it was a 4/4 and had to attack each turn. We kind of talked about there was a black common creature that had cycling for black yesterday. All the cycling 1 mana cycling cards that Living End plays currently are hybrid mana, so like every land in their deck can cycle it, whilst this only 2/3 of your lands are going to be able to cycle it, which is a drawback, but I imagine this will get a look at for Living End decks. So Ancrop Crasher, 2 and a red for a Minotaur Warrior. It's got haste, and you may exert it when it attacks. If you do, target creature can't block this turn. This card hits hard. I'm reminded quite a bit of Goblin Heel Cutter, which had a very similar 3 mana to dash it. It was a 3/2 haste, and whenever it attacked, you got to clear a blocker out of the way. And that card was quite good in Limited. I imagine this card is going to be hitting quite hard in Limited as well. The exert drawback is kind of mitigated because you might just kill your opponent the turn you're casting this and attacking with it. So I think this card is probably a B for Limited. In particular, we saw the red 5-mana creature that whenever you exerted anything, it gave +1 power to all your creatures. If you ever have both of them in play, that's a huge beating. So yeah, I'm going to give Ancrop Crasher, that's a bit awkward, a B, and say, yeah, I'm going to be quite happy to play this in all my red decks in Limited. For Constructed, Goblin Heel Cutter saw a reasonable amount of constructed play, and you had to invest mana into that like every turn for Goblin Heel Cutter. So, and even if your opponent doesn't have any blockers, you don't have to exert it. So you can just get a 3 mana 3/2 haste, get in there, and then with it in play, if your opponent, it kind of forces your opponent to next turn have to play a removal spell, because they can't just afford to be like, well, I'm going to play my big stabilization creature to block, because it's not going to be able to block. So yeah, aggressive red decks have not been in a good spot for the past year and a half in Standard, but this is a really good tool for them, and maybe they'll make a comeback. The power level is there. Whether or not it has a home, we don't know. So by force, X and a red, sorcery, destroy X target artifacts. Well, for Limited, this is unlikely to be doing anything. This is just a clean sideboard card. Don't put this card in your main deck. If your opponent has multiple threatening artifacts, board this in. But if your opponent just has one good artifact, would not bring this in. It's too likely that this card will just be dead in your hand, unable to cast it. So yeah, your opponent needs multiple good artifacts before you board this in. Otherwise, it's just an F. For Constructed, this card's not messing around. This is obviously coming off the tails of Kaladesh Block. There are a lot of artifacts going around in Standard, and this one destroys them all, I guess. Yeah, I would expect this card to see Standard play. Its main competition, I guess, is what's the name of the Gremlin card? It was X Red Red. destroy X artifacts and make X gremlins. This one is considerably more efficient, but the fact that you get bodies from the gremlin card is a sizable upside. So I don't know if this card is enough to overthrow that card, the other card. For modern, this is not unreasonable. Like, I guess in terms of modern, Shattering Spree is kind of a comparison where it was kind of pay red each time to destroy the X artifacts. This one is considerably less red mana, so you might see decks like Corey Burkhart style Grixis decks that have played kind of only okay shatters in the past. They've, I think, played a little shatter, maybe Shatter Storm, Shattering Spree. This is a lot easier on the mana, so I wouldn't be surprised if it showed up there as well. Glorious End. This is certainly one of the more interesting cards in the set. Turn a red for an instant, end the turn. What does that mean? Well, you exile all spells and abilities on the stack, including this card. The player whose turn it is discards down to his or her maximum hand size, and damage wears off, and this turn and until end of turn effects end. And then at the beginning of your next end step, you lose the game. That's scary text. I don't want to lose the game. So, for limited, I can't imagine this is anything other than an F. If for this card to have any sort of meaningful impact, you would have to have a great board state, be one turn away from killing your opponent, and then you're able to play this and make your opponent skip their turn and then get in for your big hit. But that's a lot of risk to take on, because if your one big hit doesn't work, it's in particular if you make them skip their turn, that means they had to pass with all their mana open. Then if they did have an instant or any way to interact with your big swing in combat, you lose the game. So this is just an F in limited. Just don't ever put this in your deck. For constructed, you always kind of have to take a hard look at any card with such a unique effect. For constructed, like what 15,000 magic cards exist, and none of them do anything like this. So again, kind of like what I mentioned for limited, if you are planning on using this to get close to winning and then use this to make your opponent skip that turn so you can just finish them off, I think that's just bad. I would not want to be using Glorious End for that thing, because that's just too situational, and you already kind of have to have be on the verge of winning for it to do anything there. And if you're on the verge of winning, any spell at that point would just push you over the edge. You don't need Glorious End to do that. So there's some combo applications with the Gideon from this set. Gives you an emblem that says you can't lose the game. I think that's more cute than good. I don't expect that combo to be doing anything. Are there other ways to be comboing with this? Angel's Grace type cards, they all seem too cute to me and don't actually seem like a efficient use of your resources. So next card, Hyena Pack, 2 red for 3/4 with flavor text. The stats are okay. This is fine. It's probably a C-, maybe even a D+. Kaladesh had 3 and a black for a 3/4 with flavor text, and it was not good. It was pretty close to unplayable, really. So this card is probably in the D+ range. Yeah, I'm just going to give it a D+ for limited. We've seen cards like Borderland Minotaur before that's the inverse of the stat's a 4/3 for this mana cost, and it's usually like a C. So maybe this is C minus, because 3/4 and 4/3 are reasonably comparable. I'll say C minus D plus. It's not exciting. For constructed, obviously not. Soulscar Mage, red for a 1/2 creature human wizard with prowess, and of a source you control would deal non-combat damage to a creature an opponent controls, put that many -1/-1 counters on that creature instead. So what does that mean? That basically means any of your burn spells put -1/-1 counters on their creatures instead of damage. So if you're burn spelling a creature that is, if you're lightning bolting a 4/4, they're left with a 1/1. Meh. For limited, that ability seems pretty close to blank. I guess it's fine. It'll come up a little bit. You'll likely have 2-3 burn spells in your limited deck. But this isn't going to change your evaluation of any of the burn spells. Like most of them are high picks anyway. You're not going to have just, oh, because I've got a Soulscar Mage, I'm now going to pick my burn spells even higher. You're already picking them high. The prowess, being it's 1 power, you kind of have to prowess it for it to be anyway threatening in combat. I'm going to say this is for limited, a D, with if you're a particularly aggressive red deck, if you're kind of the Trumpet Blast type red deck, then it gets a bit better. But it started off as a D minus. Like 1 power creatures for 1 mana in limited, generally avoid them. For constructed, this is interesting. So 1 mana, 1/2 prowess, very reminiscent of Monastery Swift Spear. Obviously, haste is gigantic for that card. This ability is better in constructed, where there are bigger creatures and more burn spells going around. You can lightning bolt, let's say, a Tarmogoyf, and then the Tarmogoyf is considerably weaker for the rest of the game. Why you'd rather be lightning bolting your opponent? So I don't know. For standard, if there is an aggressive red deck, I've said this a couple of times for red cards, that the aggressive red decks have not been good for the past year and a half, 2 years. Even if this card was transported back in time to some of the sets that did have good aggressive red decks, I wouldn't be super optimistic of its chances. Chat is nice enough to point out that your burn spells can now kill gods. That's reasonable enough. That's a nice upside to get. I don't know. Again, at that point, most of your burn spells you'd rather be pointing at their face. I guess if it's something like Collective Defiance, but already splits up, does face and creature damage at the same time, it's a nice upside that the burn spell gets converted to -1/-1 counters, but I'm skeptical of Soulscar Mage's chances for constructed. Violent Impact, 3 in a red, sorcery. Destroy target artifact or land with cycling 2. So, demolish with cycling. Demolish is never really exciting. For limited, this is a sideboard card. You can board this in if your opponent has a threatening artifact. Unlike with By Force a couple of cards back, whenever I said that my opponent had to have at least 2 really threatening artifacts before I boarded that in. This card, if my opponent just has 1 threatening artifact, I don't mind boarding it in because I can cycle it. So yeah, this is a sideboard card. If your opponent has a threatening artifact, you can board it in, and the threshold for boarding it in is a lot lower with this card than it was with By Force because of the cycling. For constructed, it's just on the inefficient side. there are better ways to destroy artifacts, and there just aren't really lands worth destroying in Constructed at the moment. Certainly not worth spending 4 mana to destroy. So Heart Piercer Manticore, 2 and 2 red for a 4/3 creature Manticore. When it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice another creature. When you do, you may sacrifice another creature. When you do, Heart Piercer Manticore deals damage equal to that creature's power to target creature or player. So when it enters the battlefield, you may cast Fling for free. And it's got Embalm for 5 and a red. This is quite good. This is... We talked with the Hyena Pack card a couple of cards back. Said it was the same mana cost for 3/4. Said Borderland Minotaur. That stat line is fine, usually like a C. This is a good ability to be getting as well. This lets you, without spending a card, lets you trade in one of your creatures for one of their creatures, basically. That's really nice. It's kind of like a fight spell in that way, but it's a fight spell that you kind of have to be tied in. You're not gonna eat a smaller creature with. And Embalm is a really nice bonus that even just, if we took away the Fling ability that enters the battlefield trigger, and it was just 4 mana for 4/3 with Embalm for 6 mana, I would be like at C+ range, and this Fling ability probably drives it all the way up to a B, maybe even B+. This is a very good ability, and in particular, like we said with Fling, if you have any sort of, if your opponent's got any sort of pacifism effects, this card's value shoots way, way up if you're getting to fling something that is completely useless to you. Unlike with Fling, you can't really respond to one of their removal spells by flinging the creature that's being targeted, and it's a lot harder for you to combo this with an Act of Treason because it costs 4 mana, but I'm going to give this a B, B+. Yeah, this has got to be one of the better rares. Probably B+, I think. For Constructed, I think just the efficiency of Fling is going to... Anywhere that would want a Fling effect will just play actual Fling instead of this, I feel. The body is okay, but I don't think it's there for Constructed. Limits of Solidarity, 3 and a red for sorcery. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature, it gains haste till end of turn. Cycling 2. So here it is, the Act of Treason I talked about a couple of times. It's uncommon this time, which is notable. The difference between formats with common Act of Treason and uncommon Act of Treason is quite big for a lot of the red archetypes, in particular any of the red-black archetypes that are generally wanting to sacrifice creatures. That's a big hit. Cycling is nice, because Act of Treason is generally quite a situational card. You kind of want to be setting up one of those synergies with cards like Fling, or you want to be setting up just this attack is lethal, because you don't often Act of Treason to knock your opponent from like 15 down to 6. That doesn't happen very often. It's you try to be saving it for just the turn you're killing them. And it's awkward having an Act of Treason in your opening hand when you're just trying to develop a board where the cycling is very nice. You're going to be cycling it often at that point. So yeah, cycling is a good ability to put on an Act of Treason. This brings it up to probably a B-. Well, so in any sort of aggressive slanted deck, this card is a B-, and in any deck that isn't aggressively slanted, it's going to be like a C-. So there is a range there. Make sure you're aggressive before you put this in your limited deck. There's a good chance you will be if you're base red, but it's not always a given. For Constructed, it's just there are more efficient options. Brute Strength. This is a reprint. 1 or a red for an instant. Target creature gets +3/+1 and gains trample until end of turn. So, for combat tricks, 2 mana is fine. That's generally what we expect to pay for our combat tricks in limited. 1 toughness, only granting 1 extra toughness, means that it's not likely to be saving your creatures. In particular, you can't freely attack your smaller creatures into their bigger creatures and hope that your creatures will survive. But because it gives +3 power, you are almost certainly, like 95+% of the time, you're going to be killing whatever blocked your creature. And Trample is nice because it gets in a few points of damage, because it, unlike, say, Giant Growth, the kind of staple for pump effects, Giant Growth, when I'm attacking with my 6/6 and you just chump block it with a 1/1, Giant Growth doesn't do anything. Well, this one would let my 6/6 deal 8 damage to you when it tramples over the 1/1. So this card is nice. You got to be aggressive if you're anyway defensively oriented. This is not going to be a good card. In a defensive deck, this is a D. In any sort of aggressive deck, it is a C. But like with almost all combat tricks, it trails off rapidly. The first one is going to be a C, the second one's going to be a C minus, the third one's going to be a D. So don't put too many of these in your deck, but you're certainly fine aggressive decks playing the first one. For constructed, any effect that grants trample is important. Any electrostatic pummeler exists, so +3 power and trample at the same time is reasonable. So maybe the electrostatic pummeler decks will have a look at this. I doubt any other type of decks will ever consider this. So Thrasher Lizard, 2 and a red. For Creature Lizard, it gets +1/+2 as long as you have 1 or fewer cards in your hand, and it is a 3/2 to begin with. So 3 mana 3/2 is fine. And this effect, whenever it's active, this becomes a 4/4. Okay, I'm quite interested in this actually. So a 3 mana 3/2 is fine on turn 3. It'll be able to attack on turn 4, it'll be able to attack on turn 5. Your opponent's, it's not going to be until turn 6 that your opponent's likely to have a 4 toughness creature in play. So this is at very least going to be trading with anything it's attacking into at that point. And now, then by the time we get to turn 6, turn 7, this is almost certainly going to be a 4/4. And that is nice that then this is a cheap aggressive creature that still has relevance into the late game, because a 4/4 is then can attack into almost everything. So I think this is between C and C+, and it might even be pushing into C+, because this is a nice cheap creature that is still relevant in the late game, which is kind of what I really, really want out of my cheap aggressive creatures. For constructed though, even though I kind of have a little bit of hope for the 1 or fewer cards in hand theme for constructed, this card is not going to be getting there. So Combat Celebrant, 2 and a red for a 4/1, creature human warrior. When it attacks, basically you may exert it to take an extra combat, and you can only do it once a turn. You can't just you get to untap all your guys and go again. So in limited, this is fine. The difference between 4/1 and 3/2, like with the last card we talked about, is not massively different, because there isn't generally a whole lot of 1 power creatures going around in limited. Most of the playable creatures you at least need 2 power before you really consider putting them in your deck. And this set doesn't have a heavy token theme, so there's not any Saprolings going around. There isn't any 1/1 flying spirit tokens going around. So out of almost every limited format, this is probably one of the ones that's most hospitable to a 1 toughness creature. And the fact is that it doesn't even need to survive its attack to get its effect, because when it's attacking, you get to take your second combat step regardless of even if it blocks and even if it gets blocked and is killed the first time. So this card is probably quite good. I think this is, for limited, probably going to be a B-. might even make its way up to a B if you're really, really aggressive. Because, yeah, your opponent is going to have to block this the first time it attacks, and it's going to kill whatever is blocking it. So yeah, I'm going to give this a B for limited, and say that you have to really watch out for the black common removal spell that was 3 mana instant that distributes 2 -1/-1 counters. If your opponent has 1 or 2 copies of that card, which is quite likely, then you should consider boarding this card out. But otherwise, yeah, this is B, B minus for limited. For constructed, it hits hard, its power level is there. The biggest strike against this card for standard is the existence of Walking Ballista. For the next year and a half, if Walking Ballista continues to be as popular as it is, you just cannot put 1 toughness creatures in your constructed deck, especially 1 toughness creatures that cost more than 1 mana. So, even though this effect is strong, Walking Ballista is just too good against it for it to see play. So Blazing Volley, red for a sorcery, deals 1 damage to each creature your opponents control. Well, looking back to just the last card, I give it a B or a B minus. Seeing that this card immediately afterwards makes me wish I gave it the B minus rating. So 1 damage to each creature your opponents control. I mean, that won't kill a huge amount of creatures in limited, because generally we're not going to be playing the super small creatures because there's just so low impact. But this type of effect has been good in the past. Looking back to Battle for Zendikar, there was Boiling Earth, I believe was the name, was 2 mana for this effect, and it had Awaken, and it was quite good, though that limited format did have some things like a lot of Eldrazi spawn tokens going along, so you got to sweep up all of those at once. This card is a sideboard card. I don't think there's going to be enough 1 toughness creatures going around for you to main deck this card. But yeah, I don't mind picking one of these up late, like 11th, 12th pick in a booster, and then having it just in my sideboard ready to go for if my opponent has multiple good 1 toughness creatures, or like 3 mana 1 toughness creatures. Like there was the bat in black that was a 2/1 flyer that you could give haste to. If your opponent has multiple cards like that, then certainly board this in. For constructed, this is very efficient, 1 mana for a sweeper effect. There are standard formats in the past that this would have seen play in. Thinking back to the standard format that had the Atarka red decks, the Hordling Outburst Dragon Fodder decks. If this card was legal, then it probably would have seen sideboard play both in that deck for the mirror and in other red decks to combat those decks. But I don't think the time is right for it now. Maybe there's the Thalia Lieutenant decks make a comeback. They have a fair number of 1 toughness creatures, but they're also play Thalia's Lieutenant gives all their 1 toughness creatures a 2nd toughness, and Always Watching as well, so it's likely to be blank. You'll probably stick to the Sweltering Sun or Blazing Sun, whatever the 3 mana, 3 damage sweeper the cycling was. That's likely just going to be better. So Emberhorn Minotaur, 3 and a red for a 4/3. Happy with those stats. And you may exert it when it attacks. If you do, it gets +1/+1 and gains Menace until end of turn. Ooh, this is my first time seeing this card, but I'm impressed. I already liked the stats before I read the ability, and +1/+1 is a nice bonus, and then Menace is huge as well. This seems like one of the better red commons we've seen so far. I think I'm going to give this a B minus. It might even be a B because this hits so hard. You play this on turn 4 and then it attacks as a 5/4 that you're with Menace the next turn. Yeah, this is going to be like B minus level creature. This is very, very aggressive. This is very, very nice for limited. Even if you don't exert it, even if your opponent just doesn't have many creatures in play, you can, or you have other creatures that need blocked as well, then it doesn't have to be exerted. It can just be getting in as a 4/3, and that's fine. Yeah, this card's great. B minus. For constructed though, not efficient enough. Glorybringer. Wow, okay, so 3 red creature dragon, flying haste. You may exert it when it attacks. If you do, it deals 4 damage to target non-dragon creature an opponent controls. It's a 4/4. This is an easy A plus for limited. This is gotta be one of the best rares in the set. Might even be the best rare in the set for limited. It hits so hard. It kills your opponent's best creature when it attacks. Yeah, this card is outstanding. Easy A plus. You will never pass this card in draft. This is unreal. If you're playing sealed, this is one of the cards that draws you into a color. For constructed, I think it's going to be similarly impressive. Not A plus level, but very, very good. We've seen cards like this before. Thundermaw Hellkite was the first one. Stormbreath Dragon as well. This 5 mana for a large flying haste dragon. This card is very good. I will say that 5 mana for a 4/4 flying haste, I already think is pushing it for construct, like it's already good enough for constructed. And this is a really nice ability to add on to it. Yeah, this card will be attacking a lot in standard over the next 2 years. The next card, Deem Worthy, 4 and a red, instant, deals 7 damage to target creature. That's a lot. And cycling for 3 and a red, when you cycle it, it deals 2 damage to target creature. Wow, this card is very nice. This is probably B plus level for limited, maybe even A minus. I know I said on the last stream that I don't often give A grade to just removal spells, but this is a 2-for-1 removal spell, and an efficient enough 2-for-1 removal spell. A lot of the time is 3 and a red to deal 2 damage to target creature is going to be enough to kill it. Like there's going to be plenty of targets where 2 damage is going to be enough to kill it. Like we saw a couple of 2 toughness 4 creatures or 2 toughness 4 mana creatures, and that's the mode I'm most excited for. I imagine most of the time you're playing Deem Worthy. I'd say maybe 60% of the time you're going to be cycling it and killing a creature, and then the fact that this can also has this other mode where you have to sadly give up the card draw to deal with their massive threat. Yeah, this is excellent. I think I'm going to give it A minus because of the 2-for-1 potential. This is one of the best uncommons in the set for sure for limited. For constructed, it is inefficient if you're playing it fair. The 3 and a red mode to kill a creature and draw a card. The fact is, a lot of shocks are even having trouble killing 2 mana creatures. Like I'm thinking, obviously, Heart of Kirin is a nightmare. Killing Grim Flare. Like we have Galvanic Bombardment already in standard and shock, and they've not even been good enough for killing the 2 mana creatures. So that's a big hit against this. But I talked about yesterday the new perspectives, the blue enchantment. I think that there's something there. I'm hopeful. So, and Deem Worthy will certainly be a part of that deck at the very least. It might not be tier 1 constructed, but there's potential. Nefcrop Entangler, 1 and a red for a 2/1 with trample, and you may exert it when it attacks. If you do, it gets +1/+2 until end of turn. So, I said this a couple of times on the looking at the 2 mana creatures that what I really want from my 2-mana creatures is them to be okay on in the turn 2, turn 3, and then them have some ability that keeps them relevant beyond that. This is pushing on it. This is not as good as the white 2-drop that we saw that was a 2-mana 2/2 with Exert to get +1/+1 and flying. It is definitely weaker than that. A 3/3 trample is just way worse than a 3/3 flyer. But this card is fine. This card is a C. If you're very aggressive in red, it goes up to a C+. If there was the red uncommon creature that said when you exerted anything that all your creatures got +1 power, if you have that card, then this card gets a lot better. But I think all those type of synergies and will only really bump it from C to C+. It's not going to make it up to B-. But this is a solid 2-drop. For constructed, it's just not efficient enough. Tormenting Voice. Well, we've seen this card quite a number of times. 1 in a red, sorcery. As an additional cost to cast Tormenting Voice, discard a card, draw 2 cards. So, Wizards likes printing this card whenever in any set that has any sort of graveyard interactions. We last saw it in Shadows over Innistrad. So, Embalm is one of the mechanics of this set. You get pretty good value if you are discarding an Embalm card. Otherwise, this card is quite weak. So, there aren't very many red Embalm creatures. That's kind of the blue-white mechanic of the set. So if you're red-blue, if you're red-white, this card gets a little bit better. But even then, if you're red-white, you're likely to be really aggressive, and you don't really want to be spending your turn casting Tormenting Voice, especially none of your early turns. So there aren't many Embalm creatures to go around in red, and the fact is cycling is already one of the mechanics in the set, and cycling kind of approximated as a lot of the effect that Tormenting Voice would be having. A lot of the situational cards that you would put in your deck with Tormenting Voice to discard when they're not good already have cycling. So this is probably, of all the sets that Tormenting Voice has been in, this is probably the time that it's been at its weakest. Not saying it's always okay to play. It's like a D, but it's... I've said this a lot with a lot of the Ds in the set, that it's kind of a D that you're not upset playing. For example, in a lot of previous other sets, if I said a card was a D, you would just never want to put it in your deck. But the Ds in the set all have cycling, or are cards like this that do cycle, so slightly more palatable. For Constructed, Tormenting Voice has seen a little bit of play in Constructed. Cathartic Reunion exists now and is kind of just Tormenting Voice on steroids, so I would not expect to see much Tormenting Voice again in the future. Not whilst Cathartic Reunion is around, but it has seen play in the past. Blood Rage Brawler, another 2-mana creature in red. There's a lot of those. So, 2 mana, 4/3. What's the catch? When it enters the battlefield, discard a card. Whew. That is a sizable drawback. Yeah, I'm not particularly happy about this. I'm not happy playing this. Well, if you play it on turn 2, you can get a fair number of hits in. And it is. So the one way that you can mitigate this drawback is by just casting it as the last card out of your hand. You don't have to sacrifice it if you don't discard a card. If you just don't have a card in your hand to discard, you just get around this drawback entirely. So that's nice. I'm not super. I don't really want to play this on turn 2. I think giving up the card is not going to be worth it for this type of thing. Maybe if you are heavy on Embalm. But again, there aren't really Embalm creatures in red. There's only one, and it's a rare, I believe. So maybe if you're paired with blue-red, this could do some stuff. And if you're discarding an Embalm creature, you kind of feel like you're cheating the drawback. And you can get around the drawback by having this be your last card. Overall, I'm not excited. I think this is a C minus. I like it less than a lot of the other 2-drops we've seen, but it's okay. It's not unplayable. This is one of the cards where I have a low degree of certainty on my rating for it. This card might just be a C plus. It like playing it on turn 2 might just put so much pressure on your opponent and deal 12 damage to them that it ends up being worth it. But it seems like your opponent is just going to be able to trade with this and be up a card on you, and you're just going to really peter out in the late game because of this card. For constructed, the stats are good. The effect, you can mitigate it by playing madness cards, by playing cards like Fiery Temper. If you play this on turn 3 and discard Fiery Temper and clear their blocker out of the way and attack with your 2-drop, that's you really did it. That was really, really good turn. But outside of Fiery Temper, is there really even any other madness cards that we're excited for putting in our decks? Not really. I'm skeptical, but the discard theme is kind of being pushed in the set a bit, so it might be good enough. But I've said it countless times already. Aggressive red decks just kind of haven't been cutting it the past 2 years, so this is not doesn't look like it's gonna put aggressive red back on the map to me. Warfire Javelineer. This is kind of cool art. So 3 in a red for a creature Minotaur Warrior. When it enters the battlefield, it deals X damage to target creature and opponent's controls, where X is the number of instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard. Alright. So, that's a really strong effect. If you have 2 spells in your graveyard, instants or sorceries, then this card is fantastic. A 4 mana 2/3 that when it entered the battlefield dealt 2 damage to a creature, I would always play. It would be a B minus. You have to put some work in to get this up to that, but it does have the potential to even go higher. You could get 4 spells in your graveyard and be able to kill their biggest creature. That's really nice. So you kind of need to be spell heavy or cycling heavy. Cycling is a way to kind of cheat spells into your graveyard without having to cast them. There does seem to be a blue-red spells theme in the set, as there sometimes is. I talked about Tormenting Voice a couple of cards back. If you have this card in your deck, Tormenting Voice gets a lot better, because it's a cheap cycling card that can even put another spell into your graveyard. This card is fine. In a deck with... So the average limited deck is going to have like 6 to 8 instants and sorceries. And in a deck with 6 to 8 instants and sorceries, this is only okay. This is like a C minus. But you can build around this, and you can up your instance sorcery count. I'm gonna give this a C minus for like the average deck, and it has a lot of room to grow all the way up to like B minus in a deck that has a super high instance of sorcery count. Like if your deck has 10 or more instance of sorceries, which is potentially doable, then this makes its way up to B minus. But to start off, the average deck, it's going to be like a C minus. For constructed, if this hit players, it would probably have a good shot at constructed, because you could just kind of fill your whole graveyard and fireball your opponent out for like 11 damage, but if we're only dealing damage to creatures, it's not going to do anything in constructed. Nimble Blade Kurna? I don't know. 1 red for a 1/3 with Prowess. So that's okay. I'm pretty sure this card has existed before. So, again, talking about the average limited deck being at around 8 spells or so, then this card is meh. Your opponent, as always, with all the like cards with prowess and all the cards that have whenever you cycle a card, it gets +1/+1. Your opponent has to respect it growing in combat. Like if you attack this on turn 3 into your opponent's 2/2 creature, your opponent is unlikely to block it because they can't really risk you just being able to cast a spell. Though, what spells would really even be good in that spot? Like you'd be casting a combat trick, maybe a removal spell. So maybe it's fine. This is going to be, I think, a D plus for limited, and maybe if you're building a deck around the last card we just saw that had a lot of spells, it's maybe goes up to a C, but I'm going to say D plus to begin with. And for constructed, it's not going to be good enough. Consuming Fervor, red, for enchantment aura, enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets +3/+3 and has, at the beginning of your upkeep, put a -1/-1 counter on this creature. So this is what? Unstable Mutation was the original version of this. For limited, +3/+3 is a nice bonus, and there are even some synergies to be made with putting -1/-1 counters on your creatures. It's not all downside, but this has the just generic aura problem of it's too easy to get 2-for-1s. The fact that this is 1 mana is very nice. That is really cheap. This card is probably fine in limited. This is probably like a C, but I would not be putting this in anything but my most aggressive red decks. So it's like a C in a really aggressive red deck, but an D- in any non-aggressive red decks. And just always be careful with any auras that you're going to get. If your opponent has a removal spell, you're going to get 2-for-1s. So it's not too difficult because it only costs 1 mana to wait for a turn where they don't have mana untapped, or you could even just jam it on turn 3 and start attacking and hitting in with a big creature before they get the mana to be able to cast their removal spells, because the removal spells generally cost 4 or 5 mana now. I'm going to say C. For constructed, unstable mutation saw constructed play, though that is a very, very, very long time ago. Red is a better color for it than unstable mutation was in. I'm skeptical, though it is a lot of damage for mana. Like the damage to mana ratio is quite nice. So it's on the verges. This type of aggressive red decks don't normally abide by the normal rules of Magic of like conserving card advantage. So it has a chance. Battlefield Scavenger, 1 in red. It's just a lot of 2 mana creatures in red. So 1 in a red for a creature Jackal Rogue. You may exert it when it attacks, and whenever you exert a creature, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Okay, this is very nice. So, yeah, this card is very nice. So it's 2 mana, 2/2. In the early turns, you can use it to smooth your draws a bit. On turn 3, you can attack with it and exert it and try and, if you're missing your 3rd land or you're missing a creature to cast on turn 3, you can kind of dig a little for that. And because of the way it's worded, it counts any of your creatures exerting, it's not just itself, and there are a fair few exert creatures in red. So yeah, I imagine this card is quite good. This card is probably B-, and goes all the way, could even go all the way up to a B+ if you had a lot of exert creatures. If you're exerting a creature every turn or every 2 turns, or if your deck just has 7 exert creatures in it, then this card is going to be amazing. Like you're just going to tear through your deck and be casting something every turn and never flooding out. Yeah, this is, I'm going to say B- in the average deck and grows up to B, and almost all the way up to B plus if you're super, super heavy in exert. But for constructed though, I doubt it. No, it's just not gonna be. It doesn't hit hard enough for constructed, I don't think. Kartosh of Zeal, red, enchantment aura Kartosh, enchant creature you control. When it enters the battlefield, target creature can't block this turn, and enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and gains haste. So, this is probably the weakest Kartosh we've seen so far, I think. It is 1 mana, which is nice. But +1/+1 and haste is not the greatest ability. Like the white one gave first strike, which is really relevant for combat. Black one gave lifelink, which was sweet for racing. Blue on flying, which was really sweet. And its enters the battlefield ability has less of a tangible effect than some of the other ones. Like the black one gave you a -1/-1 counter, which could kill a creature. You'd have to be very aggressive, very, very aggressive to want this. This is, I think, a D. That if you're very aggressive, goes up to a D plus. If you have multiple of the trials, if you have any number of trials, it maybe goes up to a C minus. But this is baseline quite low. And for constructed, it's not going to be good enough, I don't think. So hammer hand, well, this is the same effect as hammer hand, right? It was 1 mana for +1/+1 haste, and target creature got blocked this turn. And hammer hand saw a constructed play, but hammer hand was going on heroic creatures, and there are no heroic creatures anymore. So I'll say no to Kartosh of Zeal. So here's the Trial of Zeal. When it enters about 3 mana this time. When it enters the battlefield, it deals 3 damage to target creature or player. That's fantastic. And when the Kartosh enters the battlefield, return Trial of Zeal to its owner's hand. So this trial is very good. 3 mana sorcery that dealt 3 damage to a creature or player would be a B plus. So this is exactly that. This is going to be a B plus, and then it even has room to grow. If you have any number of Kartoshes, this jumps up to A minus. If you have 2 Kartoshes in your deck, this is going to be an A minus. If you have 3 Kartoshes in your deck, it might even jump up to A. This card is excellent. And if I have Trial of Zeal, then the last card, the Kartosh of Zeal, which I gave a D2, will jump up to a C minus. I'm very happy to be playing Kartosh of Zeal to be bouncing my Trial of Zeals. Okay, that looks like the end of the red cards. So we've still got green, gold, artifact, and land to go. I am going to take a quick 2-minute break and refill my water bottle, and then we will jump right in for green. So please don't go anywhere. And if you're not already following the stream, if you're watching this live on Twitch, please follow the stream. That'd be sweet. If you're watching this on YouTube later, give the video a like, maybe a comment, say something nice. But yes, I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. So, let's pull up the green cards and jump into that. So, the first green card, Trial of Strength. When Trial of Strength enters the battlefield, create a 4/2 green beast creature token. Not a 3/3. 4/2 is strange for beast tokens. I don't think we've ever seen that before. And when Kartosh enters the battlefield, you may return Trial of Strength to its owner's hand. So, 3 mana for a 4/2. Just kind of seen that before. Alpine Grizzly, was it? In Kanza Tarkir. It's fine. Stats are okay. It's like C-. If you have any number of Kartashes, getting to pick that up is quite nice. I'm guessing maybe they made this a 4/2 instead of a 3/3 because we'll get to the green Kartosh in a little bit. The green Kartosh is very good, and the green Kartosh in combination with Trial of Strength, if it was a 3/3, might have been a bit much, a bit tough to beat. So, where does this stand? So on a baseline or a deck with 0 Kartashes, it's going to be a C-. If you have any number of Kartashes, it starts to jump up considerably. Like even the first Kartash probably brings this up to a C, and then the second and third will take this all the way up to C+, maybe even B- if it's in particular the green Kartash that you have a lot of. So yeah, I'll give this a C- in a deck with 0 Kartashes, C with 1, C+ with 2 or more, and if you get 2 of the green Kartosh, then this jumps like all the way up to B-, I think, because the green Kartosh is very good. For constructed though, it's not going to be good enough. Initiate's Companion, 1 and a green for a 3/1 creature cat. Whenever Initiate's Companion deals combat damage to a player, untap target creature or land. It's a very strange ability. So 2 mana 1/3 talked about earlier is okay. 2 mana 1/3 is like C- stats. Sorry, I've seen a couple of things actually in this format that particularly hose 1 toughness creatures. In particular, the black common removal spell that was distribute 2 -1/-1 counters. That is a huge beating, and that card is going to be like every copy of that gets opened in draft is going to make its way into someone's deck. So Initiate's Companion certainly loses some points there. But this effect is really small. Yeah, this effect, this is a C-. The effect is pretty weak. I suppose you can attack with this. If your opponent has, say, a 3/3 in play, they're kind of forced into trading with this because you can attack normally a 3/1 they would just say, I don't want to block it, no blocks, and they would take 3. But then this can untap itself, so then their 3/3 then can't attack you. Chat is bringing up Exert creatures, so it is nice to untap Exert creatures. That is a good synergy. If I'm gonna say on its own, it's a C-, probably pushing C. And if you had a number of good Exert creatures, it gets better. But I don't think enough to push it up to C+. It's gonna be just around C. But it is, in particular, if you have Exert creatures, this card gets better. For constructed though, no. Watchful Naga, 2 and a green for a 2/2. You may exert Watchful Naga as it attacks. When you do, draw a card. That's very nice. So the stat line is weak, 3 mana 2/2. But we've kind of seen cards like Scroll Thief, Ophidian, Shadow Mage Infiltrator, uh, that are kind of these 3 mana with weak stats, and you have to connect to your opponent to draw a card out of them. And they're always okay. They're always pretty decent in limited. This one doesn't have to connect. It only has to exert, so you get to draw the card right away. You're always going to get your card out of this. So that makes it fine. If your deck has a lot of combat tricks, or if your deck has a lot of ways to clear blockers out of the way, and in particular, the green Kartosh again, will put a +1/+1. No, it doesn't put a, it just gives this +1/+1. Will be a really nice combo with this. This is kind of snowbally. If you can attack with this and exert it, and then use a combat trick to keep it alive, then the next time you get to attack with it 2 turns later, you can kind of do the same thing. You can maybe use the combat tricks that you're drawing into to keep it alive again, to keep fueling itself. That's really strong. And even on its own, if you have no combat tricks at all, it's kind of a 3 mana 2/2 that when it attacks the next turn, you're going to draw a card from it, and your opponent's going to block it and likely trade with it at that point in the game. So that's nice. So yeah, I'm going to give Watchful Naga a C+. Maybe it's just a C. Maybe it's a C with it can grow. It could be very, very good. It could be B- good if you were particularly heavy on pump spells, and particularly pump spells that pump the toughness to let this survive. In fact, I do know that the set has Spidery Grasp as a reprint, so I'll talk a little bit about it now. Spidery Grasp is 2 and a green for an instant. Give a creature +2/+4, reach, and untap it. That card is just tailor-made for Watchful Naga. It gives the toughness boost that I was asking for to have it survive combat. It untaps it, so you get to exert it again the next turn. So, yeah, this is probably a C in most decks, but if you have the support for it, it can get very, very good and really snowball out and win a game on its own. In particular, Spidery Grasp gets a lot better with Watchful Naga. For Constructed, though, if it didn't have to exert, if it was just when it attacks it drew a card, it still probably would not be great. Stringing Shot. Green for an instant. Put 3 -1/-1 counters on target creature with flying. It's a very interesting effect for green. I guess when it comes to flyers, anything's fair game for green. And it's got cycling as well. This card is very nice. For limited, plummet type effects, destroy a flyer there's been some formats where they've been main deckable, some formats where they haven't. The fact that this got cycling means that you can basically always main deck this. You can always main deck this. It's just always going to be fine. And whenever it does have a target, when your opponent has a creature with flying, this is excellent. 1 mana for 3 -1/-1 counters. Even if their card is a huge angel, like some sort of 4/4 or 5/5 flyer or dragon, then it's now just a 1/1 flyer. So this card is good. How do you pick it? Like, I would always want to end the draft with one of these at the very least in my sideboard in a green deck. So the first one you probably pick at the C level. You see, the thing is, in a draft, you're going to be able to pick this past 10th pick. So you don't need to prioritize it, but if there is one in the pack past 10th pick, pick it up, definitely. You will be sad if you ended the draft without one. And for Constructed, this is a reasonable shot at Constructed as well, because this is really efficient, and the cycling is really nice. Like, this could even, well, yeah, this card is certainly strong enough for Constructed. Might even see play in older formats. It knocks Insectile Aberration out of the sky, and it's got cycling. What more could you really ask for? Sheffet Monitor, 5 and a green for Creature Lizard with cycling, 3 and a green. When you cycle Sheffet Monitor, you may search your library for a basic land card or a desert card put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle your library. Do this before you draw, and it's a 6/5. So for anyone who has been playing Magic for long enough to remember Krosan Tusker, this card's very reminiscent. So, on its own, for limited, the stat line is fine. 5 and green for a 6/5. That's Alpha Tyranax. That's good. The cycling ability is very nice. Cycling is a little on the pricey side for 3 and a green, but you do kind of get a rebate on that. The land enters the battlefield untapped, puts it directly into play and untapped. So the cycling kind of only really, if you can tap that land for mana afterwards, the cycling only really costs you 3 mana. And it's whenever you're cycling, it's a 2-for-1. You're getting a Rampant Growth and draw a card for only 4 mana, sort of 3 mana. This card is excellent. This card is great for limited. It'll be a B- level, maybe even B, because it's just both these modes are very good. A 4 mana go get a land and draw a card is good, and 6 mana 6/5 is good. Neither are great, but both are good. So it's probably, I'm going to give it a B- for limited. And there's even the deserts have kind of cool abilities that you can make use of. If you get a desert, this gets even better. So yeah, cool card, lets you splash as well, unlimited. A lot to like with Sheffitt Monitor. For constructed, yes, I've mentioned new perspectives a couple of times. Every time we've come to one of these this cycle of cards that have a cycling trigger, this is one of the, if there's a new perspective deck, this is one of the keys to it, because this is one of the cards that lets you, if you're cycling for 0 mana, you get to net a mana by putting a land into play untapped. So maybe we'll see something there. I'm hopeful. For outside of news perspectives, this Krosan Tusker was a staple. This card, I wouldn't be surprised if it was also reasonably played. 4 mana is a lot for constructed, but ramp spells are kind of an all-time low at the moment. Like, I guess one of the best ramp spells we have is Hedron Archive, but it's rotating in a couple of months. There isn't really, I guess, in standard a whole lot apart from the Eldrazi worth ramping into, and the Eldrazi are kind of super expensive, so you kind of need to be playing something like Hedron Archive that double ramps if you're going to be making all your way up to 10 to cast Ulamog. So the power level is there. It's really good value. 2-for-1 at instant speed that ramps your mana. There might even be like Bant control type decks that would love to play this card. So I think this card will be showing up in standard over the next 2 years. Naga Vitalist, 1 and a green for a 1/2. Tap, add to your mana pool 1 mana of any type that a land you control could produce. So the very worst, I imagine this is going to be tapping for a green, because you're going to have a forest in play if you're casting Naga Vitalist. And it can tap for any of the other colors you've got. So it doesn't, whilst it makes multiple colors of mana, it doesn't help you splash anything, because you have to have already drawn, if you're splashing a red card, you have to have already drawn your mountain before Naga Vitalist can tap for red. But this ability is fine. In Aether Revolt, we saw Druid of the Cowl, which was 1 and a green for a 1/3 that tapped for a green. Normally, those type of cards are very good. They're normally B- level. Druid of the Cowl was in a weird spot where it didn't end up actually being that great in Aether Revolt. But this one is fine. This is going to be, the body is not very exciting, but I think it's going to be B- level, I imagine. There are expensive things. There are embalm creatures that are expensive to embalm. So there's aftermath cards that are expensive to aftermath. So I'm gonna give this a B-. The mana elves are generally some of the better green commons. For constructed, this is not going to get there. There are just better options. In particular, there's kind of an exciting 2-mana elf coming up that we'll talk about. Sixth Sense, green for enchantment aura, enchant creature. When enchanted creature has, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you may have it draw a card. So this is kind of, we first saw this effect as Curiosity in blue, and then this in Planar Chaos, Curiosity was moved to green as Keen Sense, I believe was the name. And then this is kind of a updated wording on Keen Sense, where it doesn't trigger off non-combat damage. This specifically has to be the creature getting in to deal damage to your opponent. In limited, this is not great. If this had have been in blue, like Curiosity, it would have been a bit better, because blue has evasive creatures. If you are playing a green-white or green-blue deck in limited, or you're playing a base green deck that just happens to have multiple trample creatures, this gets a little bit better. You can kind of hold it in your hand until the point where you're kind of guaranteed a hit in with, let's say, a flying creature that you know is definitely going to get a hit in because your opponent has tapped out, or a trample creature that you know is going to be able to trample over for damage. And you can kind of play it on that turn and then get your card back immediately. And then it's okay, because then if you've put it on your flying creature, you've gotten your card back, so it hasn't cost you anything, and then your flying creature is actually a really big threat to your opponent that they have to deal with. But there's a lot of setup that goes into this to making it good, and in any of the examples where you don't get to connect, if you're not able to connect with your opponent because you're having a bad draw, or your opponent's defenses are too well set up, you'd much rather this just be a generic 4-mana 3/3 that you could cast and affect the board with. So I'm going to say this is a D-, that if you have a lot of flyers, you could maybe bump its way up to a C. I wouldn't want to have more than one of this in my deck, even in the example where I have a lot of flyers, but in a flying heavy deck, then you could make this work and kind of snowball a game by drawing 2 or 3 cards with it. But just be very cautious of putting it in your deck. For constructed, I doubt it'll make any waves in standard. Keen Sense already exists in modern and is ever so slightly better than this. But Keen Sense does see some modern play, like the Boggles decks do play Keen Sense from time to time. So it's not out of the realm of possibility, but I don't think the pieces are there for it to see play in standard. So my feed is 2 and a green sorcery, create a 3/3 green hippo creature token. And the aftermath side is feed for 3 and a green aftermath, draw a card for each creature you control with power 3 or greater. This card is excellent. This card is probably an A-, might even be an A. 2 and a green for a sorcery that makes a 3/3 green hippo would already be C+. That's fine. 3-mana 3/3 is just good. And feed, the backside feed is very strong. It seems very easy. Given that this already gives you at least one creature, it seems very easy for you to cast feed and draw 3 cards in the late game once you've developed your board. So yeah, I'm going to give this an A-. This is just excellent for limited. For constructed, it maybe has a chance. It kind of plays very similarly, that 3-mana 3/3 is just bad in constructed, but passable. Well, no, it's below passable. It's just bad. But the aftermath mode is quite strong. Can let you refill. I'm gonna say no, but it's pushing on constructed. So Prowling Serpopard, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. 1 green for a creature cat snake. Prowling Serpopard can't be countered. creature spells you control can't be countered, and it's a 4/3. So for limited, to begin with, the can't be countered and creature spells you control can't be countered is practically flavor text in limited. Counter spells there aren't counter spells in limited that are really that playable. They're mostly all Ds, and if your opponent does have a counter spell in their deck, they're gonna have like one, maybe at the most two. So that's just flavor text basically. And if they do have counter spells in their deck, they're rarely that interested in countering your creatures. It's the counter spells be coming in like negate and dispel to counter a removal spell. So just looking at 1 green for a 4/3, I already said for Mouth to Feed that 2 and a green for a 3/3 was a C+, and I think this is the same place. This is slightly harder to cast. 1 green is awkward. You kind of have to be heavy green if you want to cast this on turn 3, but if you do cast it on turn 3, it's very good. I'm going to give this a C+, and if you're base green, which you hopefully are, it's almost efficient enough to even be a B-, but I'm going to give it C+. For constructed, I don't think this has any real applications. Again, there just aren't really counterspells going around a lot in constructed at the moment. The body is not very impressive against non-counterspell decks, so you wouldn't really want to be putting this in your main deck because there'd be so many matchups where your opponent just doesn't have counterspells, and then when you do play against the counterspell decks, they all have removal spells. This is just not going to be threatening enough to really impact constructed. So, Cartosh of Strength, I mentioned this card a lot in the green review so far, and for good reason. So 2 and a green, enchantment or a Cartosh, enchant creature you control. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has trample, and when Cartosh of Strength enters the battlefield, you may have enchanted creature fight target creature an opponent controls. So, the clearest example to compare this to is Hunt the Weak. Hunt the Weak has been printed 4 or 5 times in multiple sets. Hunt the Weak is a sorcery for 3 and a green that puts a +1/+1 counter on one of your creatures and makes it fight another creature. This is practically identical. An aura that gives +1/+1 and putting a +1/+1 counter on your creature, practically identical. And this just costs 1 mana less and also grants trample. So this is just great. Hunt the Weak is normally a C+, B- level card, and this is going to be the same. It's going to be B-, and yeah, even just baseline a normal green deck, this is going to be B-, and once you have any number of trials, this jumps up again to B, because this is the best Cartosh by a reasonable margin, and if you're bouncing any of the trials, you're really doing it. This in particular, like the red one is a good removal spell. The black one is an okay removal spell. This is great. The first one of these is a B-. The second one is probably still a B-. The third one dips down to like C-, because you don't want too many fight spells in your deck. But this is very good. Constructed, not good enough though. So, Honored Hydra, 5 and a green for a creature Snake Hydra with trample, and Embalm for 3 and a green, and it's a 6/6. So, in limited, 6 mana, 6/6 trample is fine, and this has got Embalm, and it's a really cheap Embalm. So, for limited, there hasn't really been many ways we've seen so far to kind of cheat and discard this, because if you were able to discard this on turn 2 or 3 and then embalm it on turn 4 and have a turn 4 6/6 trample token, that's a huge deal. I guess the ways we've seen to discard cards for value so far have been, there was the red a 2 mana 4/3 that enters the battlefield, discard a card. There was Tormenting Voice, and there was a black 2-drop creature that was a 2 mana 2/2 that when it enters the battlefield, each player discarded a card. If you have any of those 3 cards in your deck, this card gets a lot better. But even on its own, assuming you can't discard it, a 6 mana 6/6 trample is quite good, and the Embalm is a nice upside. Yeah, this card for limited is probably a is it a B minus? I think so, because the front half is okay, but a little inefficient. You're not super excited by 6 mana 6/6 trample. But the fact that a 6 mana 6/6 trample that if your opponent is killing it, well, so looking at the common removal spells, white has a pacifism, and black has 5 mana exile a creature. In particular, the black removal spell is very good against Hooded Hydra, Honored Hydra. The white one, actually, though, the white one did let you sack the creature, so that it's actually, ignore what I said about the white pacifism variant, because if you play this for 6 mana and get it pacified, then in your next turn you can pay the 2 mana to sack it to the pacifism's effect, gain 2 life, and then you have presumably 3 and a green left over because you cast Honored Hydra already, so you can just cast it again. So yeah, I'm going to give this card a B minus and say that kind of look out for Tormenting Voice and other such discard for value cards that you can make use of this with. For constructed, this is, I believe, Roar of the Worm was kind of analogous to this, where it was a 6/6 with flashback for only 4. But so if you're hard casting this in constructed, if you're paying 5 and a green for a 6/6, that's not good enough. If you're putting this into your graveyard and dodging the front half, so if you're playing Noose Constructor in your deck, if you're playing Grimflayer in your deck and you're able to mill it from the top of your deck into your graveyard, if you're playing the Green Vessel, is it Vessel of Nascency, that lets you put it from your deck into the graveyard, these are all considerable upsides. In particular, Noose Constructor kind of calls back to the old what is it, Wild Mongrel and Roar of the Worm combo. So I imagine this card will show up in Standard. There are definitely synergies there with Shadows of Innistrad. Shadows of Innistrad rotates in a couple of months, which is unfortunate for Honored Hydra. I don't know if there's going to be enough to keep it around past then. But for the next few months, I expect to see Honored Hydra getting embalmed a reasonable bit in Standard. I don't imagine it'll be being hardcast very often, though. So Pouncing Cheetah, 2 and a green for a creature cat. It's a 3/2 with flash. So this is okay. Flash is on a creature with less than 4 toughness, kind of like Vigilance. Flash doesn't mean a whole lot because the real key to a flash creature is when you can play it down, block, and have the flash creature survive. Then you're kind of up a card in that. This is likely to be, this is going to die basically every time it comes down to block, and it can't kill everything. So this is only okay. This is like 3 mana 3/2 is already C minus range. This is going to be in that C range. You don't mind playing this card, but it's not great. The flash doesn't really give you a whole lot. For constructed, though, it's not good enough at all. Synchronized Strike, 2 and a green for an instant. Untap up to 2 target creatures. They each get +2/+2 until end of turn. Okay, wow. This is a very, very good combat trick. +2/+2 is a sizable enough increase that the creature will your creature will be killing what it is getting in combat with and surviving itself a large percentage of the time. And you can do this with 2 different creatures at once. Yeah, this is a great combat trick, and it's 3 mana is on the expensive side for combat tricks, but you're getting your mana's worth from this. Plus, it untaps your creatures. So there are exert implications, and there is just untapping creatures to block with, surprise block with. So Spidery Grasp is also in the set as a common, I believe, and this is an uncommon. So at any time that your opponent is passing with 2 and a green, and it's your combat step, you should be very wary of attacking in, because their creatures they're likely to be able to untap and block. And even the cheetah, the last card we looked at, was 2 and a green for a flash creature. So attacking into open mana versus green, you have to be very cautious of in this limited format. I would definitely be keeping that in mind, but this is a great combat trick. This is like about as good as combat tricks get, which means it's up to like B. It's tough for combat tricks to go ever beyond B, but this is as good as it gets. For constructed though, combat tricks basically never see play outside of extreme examples like Infect decks or Electrostatic Pummeler decks, and this is they care more about efficiency of paying 1 mana to get a large pump on one creature, so spreading it out is not valuable. Quarry Hauler, 3 and a green for a 4/3 camel. When Quarry Hauler enters the battlefield, for each kind of counter on target permanent, put another counter of that kind on it, or remove from one from it. So what does that mean in English? I guess if any of your cards have beneficial counters on it, you can tick them up by 1. Tick one of your cards up by 1. If any of your opponents have detrimental counters on it, let's say a -1/-1 counter on one of their creature, you can tick it up. Or if you're, the inverse of both of those, if one of your creatures has a -1/-1 counter on it, you can take it off, heal up one of your creatures kind of, and you could, if your opponent is building up something with counters, or they have a Planeswalker in play, you could take a loyalty off of it. That's a lot of things. That's kind of nice. I imagine the vast majority of the time you cast this, there's going to be some counter going around somewhere that you're going to want to interact with. Yep, this could take a loyalty off your opponent's Planeswalker, or tick one of your own loyalties up if you've got a Planeswalker in limited. So the stat line is good. 3 and a green for a 4/3 is already C level, and this ability is nice, small value. So I imagine there's a couple of creatures we've seen that put -1/-1 counters if you're on your own creatures. If you have a number of those, this probably goes up to a C+, but it is hovering in the C to C+ range in limited. For constructed though, it's not efficient enough. Winding Constrictor already supercharges your counters for a lot less mana. So Hooded Brawler is 2 and a green for a 3/2. You may exert it when it attacks. If you do, it gets +1/+2/+2 until end of turn. So that hits hard. That can hit as a 5/4 on its own for only 3 mana. I like it. This is, I've said it countless times already throughout this review. Cheap, aggressive creatures, or any sort of cheap creatures that stay relevant in the late game, are exactly what you want in limited. This stays very relevant in the late game. Like, there's often going to be times where on turn 6 and turn 7 where it's attacking and it's the biggest creature in play and it only costs you 3 mana. That's just amazing. So yeah, this is a C+, maybe even B-, probably. It's within that range. It's actually pushing B-, but it's probably just a high C+. For constructed, it's not going to be good enough. This card will be, though. So, Manglehorn, 2 and a green, creature beast. When it enters the battlefield, you may destroy target artifact, and artifacts your opponents control enter the battlefield tapped, and it's a 2/2. So, In limited, it's a 3 mana 2/2, may destroy an artifact. This is just a sideboard card. Um, the stats aren't good enough to main deck. Most decks won't have an artifact. I'd say maybe half the time someone has one artifact in their deck. So the stats are just too low for this card. For limited, it's a sideboard card. Board it in if your opponent has an art, and you don't. It's not even bad. Like I complained about by force earlier that your opponent needs multiple artifacts before I'm comfortable boarding it in. If your opponent has one good artifact, you can board this in because it's at the very worst 3 mana 2/2. It's still passable. For constructed though, this is one of the interesting cards where it's much better in constructed than it is in limited. You don't see that a whole lot often, but yeah, this is a big card for standard in particular. So lots of artifacts going around in standard. Heart of Kirin, very common. And one of the subtle things about this card, artifacts your opponent's control enters the battlefield tapped. When Saheeli Rai is copying Felidar Guardian, Saheeli Rai makes artifact tokens of the card it's copying, so each of the Felidar Guardians are an artifact and will enter the battlefield tapped when Manglehorn is in play. So not only is this good against like the Mardu vehicle types decks, that it will kill all of their Heart of Kirins and any other artifacts, even just snipe off a clue when it comes into play is fine. This shuts off the Saheeli Rai combo. So yeah, this is going to be hugely impactful in standard. This is assuming like Felidar Guardian doesn't get banned in a week, but if it doesn't, this is going to be one of the key cards to fight it. It means it's a proactive threat you can play down, and then your opponent has to kill it before they can combo off. Great card. I see people in the chat are mentioning modern. I don't know. Reclamation Sage already exists. Being an elf is relevant for a couple of decks. For the decks that don't care about it being an elf, even just the fact that it can also kill enchantments means that you don't have to then dedicate another sideboard slot for enchantments that you want to destroy. I would be skeptical. The artifacts entering the battlefield tapped is not, I think, as relevant. I think for Modern and Legacy, Reclamation Sage will just do the job better. Channeler Initiate. This is an exciting card. So 1 and a green for a 3/4 human druid. Not only is it strange to see 1 and a green for a 3/4, because that's rather large, a 3/4 human is also quite big. When Channeler Initiate enters the battlefield, put 3 -1/-1 counters on target creature you control. And tap, remove a -1/-1 counter from Channeler Initiate, add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool. Alright. So a lot going on here. Given that this costs 2 mana, if you're casting it on turn 2 in limited, the vast majority of the time you won't have had a 1 mana creature in play. So the counters that it's playing on turn 2 are basically always going to be going on itself. And then that leaves you with a 0/1 with that can tap to remove counters from itself to add mana to your mana pool. That's really good. This is I said before when we looked at the 2 mana green creature that taps for mana that mana elves are generally some of green's best commons in a set. It's usually top 2 up it with it's usually competing with like the fight spell for best green common. This is considerably better than that ramp creature that I already give like a B- to, I believe. So this is going to be I'm going to be giving a higher than B- for limited for sure. Because you can play this on turn 2, use it to cast your 4 drops on turn 3, your 5 drops on turn 4, and then after it's cast, helps you cast your spells and curve out efficiently, you're left with a 3/4. That is excellent. Again, 2 mana creatures that they're still super relevant in the late game are incredible in limited, and this is very, very relevant by being a 3/4 creature. Yeah, this is like B plus, maybe even A minus for limited. Like this is gotta be the best thing you can play on turn 2 in the entire limited format, I imagine. And there's even synergies. So we saw that camel a couple of cards back that let you take counters off one of your things. You don't have to, if you top deck this in the late game, you don't have to put its counters on itself and wait a while for it to tick up. You can put the counters on another body. You could potentially put it on any of your creatures that have been pacified to mitigate the drawback. So yeah, this is maybe even A minus for limited. This card is great. For constructed, similarly great. This is maybe one of the best mana elves we've seen in a while. I guess Sylvan Caryatid was the last real like AAA All-Star. This seems similarly quite good. Like this is, yeah, you're going to play this on turn 2, make some mana out of it, and then it's going to start attacking. Once you've ran out of spells to cast, it's going to be attacking for 3. Yeah, this is very, very exciting card for limited and constructed. One of the best cards in the set. Benefaction of Ronus. 2 and a green for sorcery. Reveal the top 5 cards of your library. You may put a creature card and or an enchantment card from among them into your hand. Put the rest into your graveyard. So, seen these type of effects quite often in green. The like mulch type effects, Commune with the God, Grisly Salvage, Vessel of Nascency is making waves in standard. It's fine. 3 mana is a lot, especially in limited. You are 95+% of the time you're going to be hitting a creature. How often are you going to hit an enchantment? Not certain. There's the Kartashes and the Trials are both enchantments that are likely to be in your limited deck. But if you ever hit 2 things, if you hit a creature and an enchantment, you've got a real good deal on that. It also can mill any, like, if you're embalm creatures. So it's got a lot of small things going for it. If you have a Trial in your deck and like 2 Kartages, this is probably fine. But on its own, it's a D. And if you've got like a Trial plus 2 green Kartages, I guess I would bump it up to like a C. But it would be a C that I would only play one of. I wouldn't be playing multiples of this in a deck because it's just too slow to be spending your turn casting this, and especially with the risk of you might not even hit an enchantment all that often, and you'll just be hitting a creature and paying 3 mana to find like the best creature within among your top 5 is not very good. So yeah, I'll give it a D with no trials and no D in general with, and then bumps it up to C. People in the chat are mentioning pacifism. There is the white pacifism is good. I suppose if you're finding a removal spell, I kind of only really considered the green Cartage as a good removal spell to be picking up for this unlimited, but if you have the pacifism, yeah, okay. It might be possible to get to like 4 enchantments in your deck if you're counting green Cartages and pacifisms and the trials. At that point, the first one's probably a C, but otherwise a D. Don't look to be playing this that often. For constructed, I know some members of the chat might shout at me if I didn't mention Communion with the Gods being just amazing and constructed. This is worse because it costs more mana, but you can go up cards, which is fine. But there isn't really any enchantment themes to be going on in standard at the moment, so I don't imagine this will see standard play. We already have Vessel of Nascency, which is considerably more efficient and can hit more things. You get to find any of your permanents with that. Bitterblade Warrior, 1 and a green for a 2/2. You may exert it as it attacks. If you do, it gets +1 power and Death Touch until end of turn. So this is fine. 2 mana 2/2 in green. Grizzly Bears is the stat line is C- to D+, depending on the format. This exert is okay. I guess it means... Okay, actually, the thing I like about this exert is that normally your Grizzly Bears can't have to stop attacking when you get to the mid game once your opponent starts getting like a 3/3 or a 2/4 or something big that will be able to just eat your Grizzly Bear. This is a Grizzly Bear that just fearlessly can attack into whatever. I don't care how big you are, I can exert, get in there with a 3/2 Death Touch, and it's going to kill whatever blocks it. So that is quite good. This is probably bumps it up to... Well, it's going to be C. I don't know if it has enough to bump it up to C+. Maybe it does, but I don't know. We'll say between C and C+. If you're aggressively orientated, it's probably reaches C+. For constructed, though, it's not going to be good enough. Going back, chat is mentioning that it's an aggressive card that stays tapped for an extra turn for 1 extra damage. So I feel like you're only going to be exerting this to be getting in past like turn 5 whenever your opponent would have the blockers. I don't think, even when you're exerting it, I don't know if it's likely well, your opponent might just let it through, but even then it's getting in for 3 past turn 5, so that is quite good for a 3-drop. But it's tough to you're gonna want to be just attacking for 2 all the way up until your opponent's board no longer allows you to do that. So I think it's fine. I think C to C+ borderline is right for that card. He has a Pollen, 1 and a green, instant. Prevent all combat damage to be dealt this turn, cycling for 3. So, fogs are generally Fs in limited, because they're very, very, very situational. Cycling is nice on a very, very, very situational card, but it's still just really on the weak side. The cycling probably drags this up from F to D-, but look to avoid playing this card in your limited decks. Fogs just aren't good. For constructed, fogs also generally not good, but the thing with fogs is that once you reach a critical mass of them, once there are like 3 playable fogs, then kind of turbo fog type decks that are trying to draw extra cards and fog every turn become viable. This is... I don't know if there's enough fogs going around in standard, and again, the cycling is kind of tough once you've reached the point of putting a fog in your deck and constructed. Are you cycling it that often? It's kind of part of your key game plan if you're playing like turbo fog type decks. So I don't think this is going to get there in constructed. But with all fogs, once you reach the critical mass, archetypes start to get formed. Exemplar of Strength, 1 and a green for a 4/4. And when it enters the battlefield, put 3 -1/-1 counters on target creature you control. And whenever Exemplar of Strength attacks, remove a -1/-1 counter from it. If you do, you gain 1 life. So, on its own, kind of like the mana making rare that we discussed a few cards back. When you cast this on turn 2, you're 95% of the time you're not going to have played something on turn 1, so it's just going to be putting its counters on itself, turn 2 unlimited. But even that is fine, because putting its counters on itself mean that next turn it gets to attack for 2 and gain a life, and At that point, it'll either be like trading with your opponent's 2-drop. If your opponent has a 2-drop, they're going to be actively wanting to trade on turn 2 immediately, because their 2-drop is not going to be outpacing this. And then if they don't have a 2-drop, which is also going to happen about half the time, maybe even more than half the time in limited, you get to connect in for 2, and then the next turn it attacks again. It becomes a 3-3, and at that point it just kind of snowballs away. Like if you can get the first attack in as a 2-2 with it surviving, your opponent basically has no chance of killing it then from then on. So yeah, this is great for limited. Plus, like with all these cards that we've seen so far, you can put its counters. Doesn't have to go on itself. The counters could go onto another creature. 3 is a lot to be putting on another creature. That's generally going to be killing your creatures, but the same sort of rules apply, that if your creature has been hit by a pacifism effect, so it's not doing anything at all, then you just completely mitigate that drawback, and you just get to start with a 2-mana 4/4. But yeah, this is great. I'm going to say this is a B-, maybe even B for limited. If you're kind of aggressive, I have a number of combat tricks, so you can get this to stay alive the first time it attacks. Then it's quite good. In the late game, in the mid game, it's kind of awkward. In the mid game, when you draw this, you're not putting the counters on itself is going to kind of just leave it at a 2/2, and it's not really going to be able to attack. And then you're also in the mid game not generally going to be able to put 3-1/-1 counters on one of your other creatures as well. That's a lot to ask. But in the late game, you can find something irrelevant to put this on. So it's amazing on turn 2, quite bad from like turns 3 through 6, and then it becomes quite good again on turn 6. That's for when you're initially casting it. And if you cast this on turn 2, it's fantastic. So I'll say B-, maybe even B if you have a lot of combat tricks. For constructed, I don't think so. It's maybe close. There might be some sort of -1/-1 counter theme thing going along in constructed, but even then, you kind of have to put in some work to only really get to like a 2-mana 4/4. You can just play like Grimflare, and it's a 2-mana 4/4 that also like scries for you every turn and has trample. So skeptical. Oshara Cultivator, green for a 0/3. Pay 2 to green, sacrifice it, search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle your library. So there was a card that was kind of similar to this in Kansas Tarkir, but it was blue to cast and then still had the like green to activate, like Walking Spring, I think it was called. I don't know, that's probably not right. But that one wasn't very good, but this is very different, being only one color. So I'm not very excited about this for limited. 1-mana 0/3. It's okay at blocking, but not great. And then on turn 3 you can sack it to ramp. I'm not feeling this. Of note, with the previous card we just discussed, the 2-mana 4/4. On turn 5, if you had this in play, you could play the 2-mana 4/4, target Oshara Cultivator with the enters the battlefield ability to put 3 counters on it, and then sack it in response. So you can kind of really cheat the drawback there. That's a lot of work just to get your like 4/4 out for like 5 mana. If you play this, I don't really want to be putting 3 counters on it on turn 2. I don't really want to be investing 2 cards and 3 mana into just making a 4/4 on turn 2. That's not super exciting to me. I think this card's just bad. This card, I imagine, is like a D for limited. If you're kind of a very slow defensive deck that is splashing, it maybe bumps it up to D+, but it's not exciting. And for constructed, no. Too slow. Spidery Grasp. I brought this up before. 2 and a green, instant, untap target creature. It gets +2/+4 and gains reach until end of turn. This card is quite nice. For combat tricks, it is definitely about as expensive as they come. It's 3 mana is a lot, but +2/+4 is a huge amount of stats to give. The 4 toughness in particular, your creature is, for 99% of the time, it's going to be surviving the combat. And untap is really nice with exert creatures. And the gaining reach is nice because you can ambush a flyer that's attacking you. We've already seen this is the third 2 and a green instant flash creature that is in the set at common and uncommon. So be cautious of 2 and a green whenever you're getting into combat with a green deck. But this is, yeah, it's fine for combat tricks. It costs 3 mana, but it's kind of worth the 3 mana. So I'd give this like a C for most decks, maybe even C- for the average deck. But once you have multiple exert creatures in your deck, if you have 4 or more exert creatures, this might even bump up to a C+, because a lot of the exert creatures are really threatening when they're exerted, and when you attack the first time that they're exerted, your opponent is likely to be trying to like double block them because they want them dead, because they're that threatening. And then this is a huge beating when you untap and give +2/+4 to your exert creature. So I'll say somewhere between C and C- for most decks, but once you have 4 or more exert creatures, it could go all the way up to C+. For constructed, though, it's way too inefficient. Gift of Paradise is 2 and a green for enchantment aura. Enchant land. When Gift of Paradise enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life. An enchanted land has tap, add 2 mana of any one color to your mana pool. So this is a ramp spell. It ramps you by 1 because your land now has 2 abilities. It has, like, say you put it on a forest, the land now has tap, add a green, or tap, add 2 mana of any color in your mana pool. So it only ramps you up 1, so like lets you go from 3 to 5. Gaining 3 life is nice, but there are other ramp spells available in the set at common. In particular, the common green 2-drop that taps for green. We saw it was, I gave it a B-. This card's not going to get as high because it costs more mana and doesn't provide you the body. The body is kind of comparable to the 3 life because you can kind of chump block with your mana elf in the later game and block a 3-power creature. So the mana elf and this are kind of comparable effects in the like life gain department, and they both ramp you by 1. This is a mana fixer, so if you're splashing a card off color, if you've opened like the black removal spell, it's only single black, you can splash for it with this. Outside of slow 3-color decks or 2-color decks with a splash, I don't imagine this is very good. This is probably a D that goes up to a C- in a 3-color deck or a defensive-oriented deck. Like, you want to be able to make sure that you're playing a good defensive 5-drop on turn 4 if you've cast this on turn 3. For constructed, I don't imagine. 3 mana ramp spells, there's good competition, and all this is really offering you is the gain 3 life. So I would be shocked if this showed up in constructed. Shed Weakness, green for an instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. You may remove a -1/-1 counter from it. This is very nice. I said that about couple of combat tricks this set. There's some good combat tricks going around. So 1 mana is brilliant for any sort of combat trick, and +2/+2 is a nice bonus. Like that, again, will allow your creatures to trade up. It will allow your creatures, if they're fighting any sort of comparable statted creature, that they will kill and survive. And the remove a -1/-1 counter clause is quite relevant. Like we have seen a number of green cards that put a -1/-1 counters on your own guys. So like in particular that green uncommon 2-drop that we saw that was the 2 mana 4/4 that put 3 -1/-1 counters on it. This is the best combat trick you could possibly have to pair with him, because next turn he'll be attack the first time as a 2/2 and he'll be able to bump all the way up to a 5/5 with this, and then be the next turn attacking as a 4/4. This is excellent. So yeah, this is in particular in green and black. If you're playing green black, black has a number of put -1/-1 counters on your own guys theme. So yeah, definitely look to pick this up in green black decks. On its own, in a deck that has no use for the -1/-1 counter clause, it's a C-, and it jumps up to a C if you have a couple of the -1/-1 counter things going on. Could even jump all the way up to C+ if you had a lot of that going on, but I don't think there's enough at common to do that. I think it'll just only be jumping up to C. And for constructed, it's okay, but Blossoming Defense already exists, and Blossoming Defense is kind of excellent. Colossopede, 4 and a green for a 5/5 creature insect. Alright. Fine stats. Fine stats. It's probably a C+. For limited, there's not a lot to really talk about with this card. It's just got flavor text. But the stats are fine. And if you have, in particular, the green 2-drop mana elf, then this card gets better. Casting this on turn 4 is, yeah, that's a reasonable way to win games of limited. So yeah, I'll give that a C+. And if you have a couple, nah, it's not going to go up to B-. It's a C+. For constructed, though, obviously not good enough. Scaled Behemoth, that is a terrifying looking crocodile. That is gigantic. Its teeth are like the size of those people. Now, 4 green for a 6/7 hexproof. Now, this is a great creature to be ramping out into. Yeah, this is quite scary. This is probably a B- in average decks. Like if your deck has no ramp at all, it's probably a B-, because yeah, 6 mana 6/7 hexproof is huge. And then if you have any sort of ramp spells in your deck, if you have the mana elf, then this goes up to a B, I think. This is very scary for an uncommon. There's just no way to answer this. Like you have to have a death touch creature if you want to stop this creature, and then even then, like having a death touch guy in play just stops it attacking up until the point where your opponent draws their removal spell for the death touch creature, and then the Scaled Behemoth just gets right back to attacking. So yeah, B- with no ramp, and B with ramp. Not constructed playable though. So Greater Sandworm, 5 green for creature worm. Greater Sandworm can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less, and cycling for 2, and it's a 7/7. So 7 mana 7/7 with cycling, and it can't be chump blocked by small creatures. Yeah, this is pretty decent. This is kind of the reason you want to have cycling on your cards, is when they're super expensive and you're stuck drawing them in the early game. But yeah, this is fine. This is probably this is probably a C-, maybe even C. Because 7 mana is a lot, but the cycling mitigates that just completely, basically. So yeah, I'm going to give this somewhere between C+, C- and C. I think leaning towards C minus, but in particular, it's not even that bad if you end up with like 2 of this in your deck. Where normally, if you had 2 7-drops in your deck, you would have to question your sanity a little. This is, you can have two of these in your deck easily because they have cycling. So yeah, this is, I'm gonna give it a C minus, maybe even C. For constructed, it's in like, so is it a living end card? They've played Jungle Weaver in the past, which was 7 mana for a 5/6 reach. This and cycling 2. This I imagine is just better than Jungle Weaver. So rip Jungle Weaver. This guy is here to take your job. I mean, he's not super exciting, and Jungle Weaver was only even fringe played within a fringe deck, so not. You don't need to worry about buying your foils. Greater Sandworm. Sandworm Convergence. 6 green, enchantment. Creatures with flying can't attack you or planeswalkers you control. And at the beginning of your end step, create a 5/5 green worm creature token. In limited, 8 mana is just too much. Yeah, it's a big effect, but I don't think it's big enough for 8 mana in limited. Yeah, like, I'm gonna give it a D minus, but you can board it in against decks with like a lot of flyers, because there's a good chance if you're playing like just a lot of big dumb green creatures in your limited deck that you will have trouble with some flying creatures. But even then, it's not a great sideboard card against them because it's super slow. You'd much rather have the green 1 mana instant that put 3 -1/-1 counters on a flying creature and had cycling. That's where you'd prefer to go for your sideboard cards in green. But yeah, 6 mana is a lot, or 8 mana is a lot. So you would have to have an extreme amount of ramp to play this. Otherwise, it's just not going to be worth 8 mana. For constructed, the flying creatures can't attack you is okay. It's kind of the other half of moat. So maybe there are. So Enduring Ideal has been a deck a couple of times in the past. It is an 8 mana white sorcery that searches your deck for an enchantment and puts it directly into play, and then every turn for the rest of the game you get to repeat that effect, put another enchantment from your deck into play. And those decks often played Form of the Dragon, which is the card that turned you into a dragon and meant that ground creatures couldn't attack you. This is a combo with Form of the Dragon, that ground creatures can't attack you, and then once you get this, flying creatures can't attack you. So it might see some play in Enduring Ideal type decks, but I would not expect people to be just paying 8 mana and casting this in any other real circumstances. So Crocodile of the Crossing, 3 and a green for a creature crocodile with haste. It's a 5/4. And when it enters the battlefield, put a -1/-1 counter on target creature you control. This is very nice. So with all these type of put -1/-1 counters on one of your guys' cards, I started by evaluating it if you put it on itself. And it's quite good. 3 and a green for a 4/3 that with haste is already like a C+. And there are synergies that can go on here. It doesn't have to go on itself. You can put it on your 2-drop, and then you have a 4 mana 5/4 haste coming in. Yeah, this card is B minus, maybe B. I'm going to give it a B because it hits really, really hard, and we've seen already numerous green cards that can mitigate this drawback and take counters off your things, like the Pump spell that took a counter off your guy. There was the Camel that took a counter off your guy. Yeah, this is good. I'm giving this a B for limited. It hits really hard and it hits really fast because it's got haste. For constructed though, I doubt it. Giant spider. Ooh, the classic all the way back from alpha. 3 and a green, creature spider, 2/4 with reach. Giant spider has been in more sets than I think any other card. It is like been in 20 different sets, I think, and it's always good. It's always C plus. Yeah, it's always C plus. I think. I don't see anything in this format that would make me move it down to C or move it up to B minus. So we'll just give it a C plus. For constructed, unfortunately not. So Champion of Ronus is 3 and a green for a 3/3 creature Jackal Warrior. You may exert it when it attacks. If you do, you may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. So, in limited, what does this do? Well, 4 mana 3/3, we're already in the C level range for stats. That's fine. And this is a good exert ability. When you attack with this on turn 5, you can just put the biggest creature from your hand into play. We've already seen a number of good green creatures that we wanted to put into play, like expensive ones that we didn't mind playing. Especially we saw a number of big cycling creatures. So you can play numerous of the expensive cycling creatures, like that 7 mana 7/7 with cycling, in your deck, and then just drop it into play on turn 5, and your deck, just this format, because of cycling, you're just going to have a much higher density of expensive creatures in your hand than you ever would in any other normal limited format. So this card is, I think, great. And even if you don't have any creatures in your hand to put in, 4 mana 3/3 is still like C level stats. So I'm going to give this, I think, a B. And once you do pick this up, do look for a couple of those 7 mana worms and put them in your deck, and then just, if you ever have the nut draw, you just win the game. That's simple as that. So yeah, I'm going to give this a B for limited, and even in the right decks, it could even go all the way up to like A minus if you had. Well, it's going to die the first time it attacks, but it might even go up to B plus if you get a lot of those worms. For constructed, no, I don't see it. Elfish Piper already has existed in the past, which is 3 and a green for a 2/2, and it had pay a green tap, put a creature from your hand into play. So it didn't even have to risk itself in combat. It could do it every turn. If you're cheating in gigantic creatures in constructed, the fact that this gets in for 3 damage where Elfish Piper wouldn't isn't really relevant. How much does the 3 damage matter when you're putting in like Emrakul? So I don't see it for constructed. It's just too fragile, and better options exist. For standard, similarly, I would be skeptical. Your opponent can just kill this, and then you're stuck with your like Eldrazi in your hand, and you're not able to cast it, and you're just not going to win. Ronus the Indomitable, 2 and a green, legendary creature god, Death Touch indestructible. Ronus the Indomitable can't attack or block unless you control another creature with power 4 or greater, and you can pay 2 and a green to give another target creature +2/+0 and trample until end of turn. So, I think for limited, this is the best god by a pretty wide margin, actually, because 3 mana it's the cheapest of like all the gods. It is the easiest one to turn on as well, because, well, number one, it's likely you're going to just have a 4 power and creature in play a lot of the time in green from like turn 6 onwards. And if you don't, all you need is a 2 power creature in play, and then you can activate this ability to give it +2 power and trample. And then So that turns on the god, and then once you get to 6 mana and you get to double activate this, and you're giving +4 power and trample to like 2 of your creatures, like this card is unreasonable in limited. This card is so good. This is the best god in limited by a reasonable margin. I think this is just an A. Might even be A plus, because it's indestructible as well. Like your opponent just is not going to be able to stop this thing, and it's just going to let you charge all of your creatures in, including itself. Yeah, this card is between A and A plus for limited. Just genuinely unbeatable. For constructed, it's probably also the best god there as well. It is, yeah, this card is very strong. Similarly, in constructed, it's even easier to get a 4-power creature going, because like you can play Grimflayer on turn 2 and just have a 4-power creature going. You can, yeah, this is, you won't, a lot of the time in constructed you won't even need to activate this. Heart of Kirin is a 2-mana 4-power creature as well that lets Ronus attack. Yeah, you can. A lot of the time in constructed, you won't even need to activate this. It's activated ability to turn it on. It's just going to be turned on by the creatures you've put in your deck. So yeah, this is very good for constructed as well. Ordinary Kudu, 2 and a green for 3/4. And when it enters the battlefield, put a -1/-1 counter on target creature you control. So, again, looking at it on its own, people are asking, how does Heart of Kirin activate it? Right, am I reading it wrong? It can't attack or block unless you control another creature with power 4 or greater. I mean, you just Krug Heart of Kirin, and now Heart of Kirin is 4 power, so then Ronus can attack. I mean, both Ronus can Krug Heart of Kirin, and then if you have another creature that can Krug Heart of Kirin or a Planeswalker, then Ronus can attack. Yeah, expect to face Heart of Kirin into Ronus a fair bit in constructed. Ordinary Kudu. When Ordinary Kudu enters the battlefield, put a -1/-1 counter on target creature you control. So, evaluating it first, like all the other ones, of what if I put the counter on itself? Then it is 2 mana for a 2/3, which is C-. That's not great. Like we're not happy with that. Maybe even D+. But if you put this counter elsewhere, then a 2 mana 3/4 or 3 mana 3/4 is quite good. Yeah, you're happy enough with that. But this is, out of all the cards that put a counter on your creature in green that we've seen, I think this is the weakest of all of them. It's probably a C- in most decks, and once you get like the camel, like there's the 4-mana camel that can take a counter off your guy. If you curve this, putting a counter on itself, into the camel, then you get to attack with a 3/4 on turn 4. That's quite good. So yeah, it's a C- for most decks in limited, and goes up to a C if you can get the synergies for it. If you can remove your counters or have things you don't mind putting counters on it, and it's not constructed playable. Disinter's Deliverance, 1 and a green, instant, destroy target artifact with cycling for green. So, in limited, it's just a sideboard card. Yeah, it's not abysmal to put this in your main deck because it's got cycling, but just look to not play it, I guess. If your opponent has a good artifact, you can happily board this in. And because it has cycling, your opponent only needs 1 artifact before you can board this in and be happy about it. So where this card really shines is constructed. Yeah, this is going to be a staple of standard for the next 2 years. Just probably will even see main deck play, because there are just so many artifacts going around. Heart of Kieran, in particular, is public enemy #1, and the cycling is so cheap, and it's an instant when it's destroying artifacts. Yeah, this is an A+ for constructed. Easy A+. Defiant Great Maw is 2 and a green for a 4/5 hippo. When it enters the battlefield, put 2 -1/-1 counters on target creature you control. And whenever you put 1 or more -1/-1 counters on Defiant Great Maw, remove a -1/-1 counter from another target creature you control. That is very weird ability. So when it enters the battlefield, you can put 2 -1 counters on target creature you control. So you play this on turn 3, you can put the counters on itself, and it'll be a 2/3. And then you get to take a counter off another creature. You can't take counters off itself, you can take counters off another creature. Or if you're using this just to put counters on another creature to begin with, then it is a 3 mana 4/5, which is really, really nice stats. I don't know. This one is tough. This one's just very weird. On its own, okay, so I'll just, to begin with, if you have no cards that, just on its own, it's a C-. And then if you have other cards, kind of like, well, the other thing was an uncommon. The 2 mana 4/4 that can remove counters from itself was an uncommon, and the mana thing that takes counters off itself was a rare. So it's tough to, I don't know if you can get the synergies going with this thing. I suppose you want to play this in green-black, and you want to play this in green-white, where you can put it on your embalm creatures, you can put it on the black things that have death triggers. This is gonna have a hugely variable rating depending on the contents of the rest of your deck. It's gonna go somewhere between C- to C+, maybe B- in a super dedicated deck around it, but I'm gonna say that it's a C- to begin with. But I mean, you're just not going to put this in your deck unless you have the synergy. So I guess it's kind of a C at that point, because it's a C that's unplayable in decks without the synergies with it. It's a tough one to evaluate. It's a tough one to get a definitive rating for. For constructed though, it's not going to be doing anything. Like, even if there is a entire -1/-1 counter themed constructed deck with all these cards, I don't think they'll want this. Haparda's Mark, green for an instant. Target creature you control gains hexproof until end turn. Remove all -1/-1 counters from it. Okay, so here's a way to take counters off your guys for the last thing. So in limited, I think this card is just bad. Green for instant, target creature you control gains hexproof would be a D-. Remove all -1/-1 counters from it is, I think, such a small effect. I think this is just a D-, almost an F for most decks. And if you have a huge amount of the -1/-1 counter things, then it goes probably up to a C-. Maybe not. It probably goes up to a D+ at that point. Yeah, I'm going to say it's a D-, but goes up to a D+ if you have the synergies with -1/-1 counters. For constructed, no, you just play Blossoming Defense if you want the hexproof, and if you want the counters, the constructed level ones kind of already have abilities that take away their own counters. So Vizier of the Menagerie, 3 and a green for a 3/4. You may look at the top card of your library. You may cast the top card of your library if it's a creature card, and you may spend mana as though it were mana of any type to cast creature spells. Right, so First thing to note, for people who've played Courser of Kruphix or Oracle of Moldiah, you do not have to reveal the top card of your library. You can look at it, you don't have to show it to your opponent. So you get to look at it and then put it back down on top of your deck, face down. So, this third ability, you may spend mana as though it were mana of any type to cast creature spells. That is basically meaningless, I feel, because, I mean, both in limited and constructed, you're going to, I mean, presumably by this point in the game, by turn 5, you're just going to have all the mana to be able to cast your spells. In particular in constructed. It might come up in limited that you could cast like your double black spell when you only have one swamp in play, but in constructed by turn 5 you're gonna have all your mana to cast all your spells. So that I think is basically irrelevant. So for limited, this card is fantastic. This card is an A for limited. It is the stat line is great. 3 mana or 4 mana for a 3/4 is already in like the C+ level, but this just, your limited deck is going to have like 15 creatures in it, so 15 is between a third and half of your deck in limited, so about a third and half the time you're just going to be able to cast a creature off the top of your deck, which is just the same as drawing a card. So about half the time this is going to draw a card every other turn, basically. This card is brilliant. This is an A in limited. For constructed, it's on the expensive side, but I mean, Oracle of Moldiah did see play in constructed. Oracle of Moldiah had the benefit of when you reveal a land off the top, you can play the land straight away on turn 4. It also has the benefit. Oracle of Moldiah also had the benefit of like you don't have to spend mana to put lands off the top of your deck. So it's a lot easier for you to do it on turn 4. Like, you're just not going to be doing anything until turn 5. And then about half the time on turn 5, you're going to untap with this, look at your top card, and it's going to not be a creature. Like, it's going to be a land a huge percentage of the time. So it's kind of a dud. I feel like it's not going to... Yeah, I feel it's not going to get there in constructed. I think it's a little too inefficient at 4 mana. The body is okay, but the fact that like half the time you're going to untap with this on turn 5 and just still not have a creature on top of your deck. Maybe if there were like fetch lands in standard to let you shuffle your deck and get another shot at looking at your top card, it would get better. I suppose there is Evolving Wilds, but overall I'm not impressed. I think it is just shy of constructed. Harvest Season, 2 and a green, sorcery. Search your deck for up to X basic land cards, where X is the number of tapped creatures you control, and put those cards onto the battlefield tapped. Then shuffle your library. Well, in limited this is just an F. If you have multiple tapped creatures in play, it means that you're attacking. And if you're attacking, well, you'd care about spending 3 mana to ramp. If you're attacking, it means you're in a good position. If you're in a board state where you're able to be attacking with multiple creatures, you'd just love to be casting more creatures from your hand to put even more pressure on your opponent instead of fetching out lands. So it's just an F for limited. And for constructed, I mean, this is a combo card. It's kind of a... I mean, this is like a combo piece that it can generate a huge amount of resources for kind of decks. But I'm kind of thinking in green, the kind of decks like elves that would have a lot of tapped creatures in play, or they already make more than enough mana, so I don't think you need this. I don't think this is going to be doing anything in constructed. Oh, that looks like that's our last green card. Alright, well, we still have gold, artifacts and lands to do. So I'm going to take a 1 minute break to refill my water, and then we'll be jumping in to the gold cards. Please, while I'm gone, don't leave, I guess, if you're watching live. If you're watching live on Twitch, please follow the stream if you're not doing so. If you're watching this on YouTube later on, please like and comment, say something nice. I would really appreciate it. But yeah, I will be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. I see some comments in the chat. People are questioning my F grade for this in limited. I guess I can go over it a little bit more. So, if this was 2 and a green, search your deck for 2 basic lands and put them onto the battlefield tapped, that would be quite good. That would be just strictly better than Cultivate, which is a card that is already fine in limited. But you require 2 tapped creatures in play to get that, so you're not going to be doing that on turn 3. Like, just limited decks, the vast majority of limited decks just don't have 1 mana creatures at all, and you would have to be one of those decks that has a 1 mana creature, and then you would also need to have a 2 mana creature, and you would also need to have this on turn 3. So it's very hard, even when you have the 1 mana creature, to do the 1-2-3 curve. Plus, okay, so beyond turn 3, so we're saying it's basically unusable in turn 3. If you're in the point in the mid game where you have multiple tapped creatures in play, it means that you were attacking with multiple creatures. If you're attacking with multiple creatures, then you're already like doing well in this game, like you're winning. And at that point, when you're in a position where you're able to attack with multiple creatures in a turn, you, instead of playing this, you would much just rather this be a 3 mana 3/2 creature. Like you would just rather, you've already on the offensive, you're getting your creatures through, you'd much rather just put more creatures into play to put pressure on your opponent. You don't really get any benefit to be like, okay, I'm winning, now let's start ramping. Like it doesn't, there's a disconnect there. It just, the fact that so often it's going to be stuck in your hand doing nothing. If you're ever behind and you're not able to attack with your creatures, then it does absolutely nothing, and that's on a point where you're losing. So you really need your cards to perform at that spot. So this is, yeah, limited. I just want to be clear, this is a limited rating of F for constructed, like competitive, constructed, standard, modern, legacy or whatever. I similarly think this card is an F. It has combo potential I discussed with like there are decks kind of like elves that have means to put a lot of tap creatures into play that aren't doing things in combat. Maybe you want to ramp with that. We've seen some of this like Duskwatch Recruiter and Cryptolith Rites decks that are they have so many creatures in play. They can use Cryptolith Rites to tap their creatures for mana. They can fuel all that mana into Duskwatch Recruiter to draw more creatures, to play them to draw more creatures. Harvest Season could be a part of that engine, but I feel like if you've got Duskwatch Recruiter, Cryptolith Rites going, you already have the engine assembled. You don't need to spend 3 mana to put in like 4 lands into play and then so you can do it more the next turn. You could just spend that 3 mana to find a creature the first time. So I'm going to stand by my rating of F for limited and don't think it's going to be good enough for constructed. So I'm going to pull up now, I guess gold comes after the colors. Well, gold encompasses the multicolor split cards as well. So we will be getting started on those. So the first one here, Cut to Ribbons. 1 in red, sorcery. Cut deals 4 damage to target creature. And Ribbons is black X sorcery with Aftermath. And each opponent loses X life. Now, this is interesting. See, the front half... Okay, well, limited first. This card's great. 1 in a red, sorcery, deal 4 damage to target creature would be a B+, is a B+ in limited. Just ignoring the ribbons part at all. If you were playing mono red, it's a B+. If you're playing red green, red white, it's a B+. You do not need ribbons at all to put this card in your deck. So easy first pick. If you are black-red, then that's a nice, sweet bonus, I guess. In black-red, it probably goes up to an A, because not only can you play this out early to kill something, you can fireball your opponent out in the late game. So yeah, this is B+ in non-black decks, and an A in specifically red-black. For constructed, this card is pretty reasonable. And again, it's kind of similar to my limited review where ribbons is kind of irrelevant to this card's power level for constructed. That it's really all just about cut and how good cut is. And 1 in red sorcery, deal 4 damage to target creature is fine. If you think back to Roast, which rotated out of standard fairly recently, it was 1 in red sorcery, deal 5 damage to target non-flying creature. And Roast saw play. There were plenty of roasts going around in standard. So cut is almost as good. And it's nice that it can also hit flyers. For example, there is Glory Seeker, the red dragon in the set. Roast could never kill that, and it's a 4/4, so cut will be able to kill it. Obviously after it's hit you. So I think the comparison to Roast is where you look at most. Roast saw play. I believe this will see play. I don't imagine. Maybe if the deck is the deck that plays this is like Grixis control and it just happens to be black, then ribbons is a nice bonus. But cut is okay. So one of the differences between Roast's format and this format is sorcery is a lot worse in this format because of vehicles, because of Heart of Kirin in particular. There's also some manlands, the cycle from Battle for Zendikar. So sorcery is rough. Also, being a sorcery means it can't be flashed back by Torrential Gearhulk. The fact that it's a sorcery means it doesn't interact with Saheeli Felidar combo. So it's looking it's a rough time for cut right now, but cut has 2 years to be standard legal. It will show up across those 2 years about as often as roast did, which was often a sideboard card. So next card, Heaven to Earth. X and a green instant. Heaven deals X damage to each creature with flying, and Earth is red X. Sorcery with Aftermath deals X damage to each creature without flying. So Heaven's an instant and Earth is a sorcery. It's kind of interesting to note. The real unfortunate thing with this card is that you kind of really wish it was Earth to Heaven, because Earth is kind of the better half of this, and it's awkward that you have to go through Heaven if you want to get to Earth. In particular for limited, this card would be considerably stronger if Earth was the front half, but yeah, it's really tough. You can't play this card unless you're in limited, unless you are exactly red-green, because there isn't enough ways to discard it or mill it to get Earth going in a non-green deck. And Heaven on its own it can be quite decent. There's already at common, we saw the green instant that put 3-1/-1 counters on a creature and had, or 3-1/-1 counters on a flying creature, and it had cycling. I was very high on that card as a sideboard card, and I think this is, it's just as good. This is a sideboard card. If you're green during a draft, pick this up in the middle of a pack. It's a fantastic sideboard card. If you're exactly green-red, pick this up early. In exactly green-red, it's probably a B plus in green-red exactly, and in green it is just a good sideboard card. And in red you can't play it. So Failure to Comply is 1 and a blue instant. Return target spell to its owner's hand. And Comply is white for sorcery with Aftermath. Choose a card name. Actually, I didn't talk about Heaven to Earth for constructed. It's similarly tough. There aren't a lot of green and red decks going around at the moment, particularly in standard. Yeah, it's tough for this card to show up in standard, I think. It is, again, if it was Earth to Heaven, it would be quite good in constructed. This way around, the fact that you have to somehow get it into your graveyard, or have green mana to cast Heaven, this is tough. I think there's just better sweepers. Like you can play the Anger of the Gods, the 3 mana, deal 3 damage to all creatures with cycling 3 from this set. It's just going to be better. But I mean, if there is some green-red decks over the next 2 years, they'll look to sideboard this card, but it's not even a staple for the sideboard. So Failure to Comply, as I said before, was 1 and a blue for an instant. Return target spell to its owner's hand. And Comply is white for sorcery with Aftermath. Choose a card name. Until your next turn, your opponent can't cast spells with the chosen name. So, looking at it for limited, in a mono blue deck, or a deck that is blue but not white, so blue green, blue black, blue red, Failure is not good. It is like a D minus F, probably just an F. It just is super situational. It doesn't even counter the spell. They still get to play it next turn. Yeah, this is, for a deck that is blue but not white in limited, I think this is just an F. For if you are exactly blue-white in limited, then this gets a little better. but it's, I think, probably only a D minus at that point. Yeah, I don't think this is, you're going to play this in limited. This card just seems bad for limited. For constructed, it's slightly more interesting. Again, given that unsubstantiate exists in standard, you will not be playing this card in a deck that is blue and not white. You have to be getting both of these, otherwise unsubstantiate is just strictly better. So evaluating it for if you are blue and white in constructed, it's not super exciting. It's kind of got that reflector mage thing going, as someone in the chat points out. It's kind of like Remand, where the card you draw from Remand is always comply. Just one way, certainly, of looking at it. Thing is, do I want to draw comply? Often no. In fact, almost always no. It has some applications against like combo decks where they are really reliant on a key card. If you're able to counter it and then say like you can't even play this next turn, but again, you would just rather have like negate at that point and just outright counter the card and not have to worry about it, them recasting it 2 turns later. So yeah, I don't think this is gonna get there in constructed. Maybe it has some anti-combo applications in modern, but I feel like there are better anti-combo cards you could be playing, especially if you're blue. So Temet, Vizier of Nakamun. So blue-white for a 2/2, legendary creature, human cleric. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature token you control gets +1/+1 until the end of turn and can't be blocked this turn. And this has Embalm for 3 white blue. So starting with limited, this is quite good. If you have to be exactly blue and white, obviously. If you're exactly blue and white, this card is probably a B, given that blue and white are the embalm creature or embalm color. There's a lot of embalm creatures in both blue and white in limited. So if you are in pack 3 and you're blue white and you get past this card or open this card, then yeah, this is quite decent, because there's also so it needs creature tokens to do this, but it itself will become a creature token. So you can play this on turn 2, you can kind of start attacking with it. Even if it trades with your opponent's early creature, then you're happy, because then you can embalm it on turn 5, and when you embalm it back on turn 5, it itself is basically a 3/3 unblockable, because it can target itself from at that point once it's been embalmed. So yeah, if you're blue-white, this is a B in limited. If you're not blue-white, exactly, you can't play it, and I don't think it's worth splashing unless you were very heavy in balm, but I doubt that's even going to be that likely. So yeah, I mean, you're going to hear this a lot going through the gold cards review, is if you're exactly both these colors, it's great, and if you're not, then you can't play it. So for constructed though, this is interesting. It's nice and cheap. If you have some combat, if you have some token things going on, you could be playing, I mean, a card like Blade Splicer would come to mind first of all. There isn't anything like that in standard, I believe. I mean, what makes great creature tokens in standard apart from Saheeli Rai? I don't know. Yeah, for standard, it seems a little on the weak side to me. I imagine this is more of a casual constructed card or commander card. But yeah, I'm only really reviewing these cards for the like competitive formats and limited, so I think this is not going to be doing much. So Bounty of the Luxa, 2 green blue enchantment at rare with at the beginning of combat at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, remove all flood counters from Bounty of the Luxa. If no counters are removed this way, put a flood counter on Bounty of the Luxa and draw a card. Otherwise, add colorless green-blue to your mana pool. So, that is... When I first read this card, I had to read it like 6 times before I could fully grasp what's going on. To explain it in English, basically you cast this, and the turn you cast it, it doesn't do anything at all. Then once you get back round to your next turn, during your first main phase, it will draw a card, and then the turn after that, you will get the mana, green, blue, colorless, and then the turn after that, you'll draw a card, and the turn after that, you'll get green, blue, colorless. So, it alternates between its 2 modes. It doesn't do anything the turn you play it, because it triggers at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, so you've already missed the point of the beginning of your pre-combat main phase by the time you're casting this. And the first one it does is draw a card once you get back round to your turn. So, for limited, this is pretty mediocre. You can't really afford to be spending your turn for just tapping out for an enchantment that doesn't do anything at all. Drawing a card, if it drew a card every turn, and if we could trade that mana making ability for just draw a card every turn, I would like this card a lot more. I'd be happy with Coercive Portal as a card that was printed in one of the Conspiracy sets, I believe, and it was 4 mana artifact, just that you could draw a card every turn with in a 1v1 game. And that card would be really strong in limited, but if you're exactly blue-green in limited, I think this card is a C+. I think it is better than just the generic filler common creatures that you'd be putting in your deck, because this card does actually have a reasonable effect on the game. Like, you are gonna really spiral the game out of control if you're drawing an extra card even every other turn. So in exactly blue-green, I'm going to rate this a C+ in limited. And this is also this is the first gold card we've seen that I would actually consider splashing if I had a really defensive blue-black control deck, or a really defensive blue-white deck, or a green-red deck that was had a bit of ramp, maybe some the mana fixing ramp spells. Then I think splashing Bounty of the Luxa is also reasonable, but again, it's C+ level. But if you do have the ability to splash for it, and your deck is kind of slow and kind of looking to win a long game, then this is one of the best things you can have for a long game, because even just 4 mana enchantment, draw an extra card every other turn is quite good. For constructed, so Planeswalkers kind of already occupy this spot of 4 mana things that you play in constructed that don't impact the board but stay in play and accrue incremental advantages every turn. I mean, most of the time there's just going to be a Planeswalker that does this job better in constructed, so I would be surprised if this card was impactful in, say, standard. But I imagine this is, again, probably another reasonable casual constructed and commander card. So, onward to victory. 2 and a red instant. Target creature gets plus X power. Well, plus X plus 0 until end of turn, where X is its power. And victory is 2 and a white sorcery with Aftermath. Target creature gains double strike until end of turn. So, The front half, so for evaluating it for limited, if you are red but not white, so mono red, red green, red black, red blue, the front half is not very good. That is just a really bad combat trick to be doubling your creature's power and not granting it any toughness. So yeah, the front half is on its own is like an F, maybe D minus. And the back half, victory granting double strike is, so if we're both white and red, you kind of want to be casting this all in one turn for 6 mana, but it's like 6 mana, double, give your creature +2 power and double strike, because victory itself is a sorcery. Victory itself as a sorcery is a huge deal, and at that point you kind of sorcery speed, give your creature extra power and double strike. It doesn't have trample, so your opponent can just chump block it. Your opponent could just play a removal spell. Yeah, this just looks like an F to me in limited in all circumstances. Even if you're both white and red, even if you're both white and red, it's maybe a D minus, and otherwise I think it's an F. For constructed, it just costs 1,000,000 mana as well. It's just not going to see any play. Yeah, as chat points out, if the front half, if Onward granted trample, would be talking. It would be actually a reasonable finisher for a white-red deck in limited, but it doesn't, sadly. So Aven Wind Guide, 2 white-blue for a 2/3 with flying and vigilance. Creature tokens you control have flying and vigilance, and it has Embalm for 4 blue-white. Okay, this is pretty nice. We've already seen that blue and white are the heaviest Embalm colors in the format. So hopefully you will have a number of other ways of generating tokens, in particular from Embalm, to trigger this. And on its own, 4 mana for a 2/3 flying vigilance is only a little bit below the curve. Because like 4 mana for 3/2 flyer, we already kind of liked as like the Snapping Drake, Moon Heron, Assault Griffin style cards. So we flip the stats and give it vigilance, so it's a little bit worse, but still okay. It's better at blocking. This will hold off all your opponent's 2-power attackers for the rest of the game. And unlike maybe some other 4 mana 2/3 flying vigilance, like Kanza Tarkir had that card as like Alabaster Kieran, I believe is the name. You don't mind blocking with this, because even if they have to use a pump spell to get through it, then you can embalm it and bring it back later. The fact that it gives your other tokens flying and vigilance, yeah, this is good value. In a blue-white deck in limited, this is going to be a B. If you're heavy in Embalm, it could go all the way up to B+. I don't think you're going to want to splash this card very often in decks that aren't like blue and white, because blue and white kind of have the lion's share of the creature tokens in this set, because they're the Embalm colors. But I guess if you find yourself in a really heavy tokens deck outside of, and you're only one of these colors, you might splash it. But even then, it's not a particularly incredible splash card. It is only like B level. For constructed, it's just way too slow. Kurna Charioteer, 1 red-green for a 3/3 trample. Other creatures you control have trample. This is very nice. It's very efficient. In limited, if you're red and green, this is probably a B minus. I mean, every 3 mana 3/3, I generally give C+ to, and the trample ability is quite nice. It's not incredible, but it's very nice, because the green and red do have a number of high power creatures. So yeah, in green red, this is a B minus. maybe even pushing a B. It might be pushing a B because it's just nice and efficient as 3 mana 3/3. I wouldn't splash this outside of red and green. You can't splash for efficiency. If a card's power is all tied up in its efficiency, you kind of, whenever you're splashing any card in limited, I tend to view it as, what if that card costs 2 mana more? Would I still be excited to play it? Because you kind of have to assume that you're not going to have your splash color mana on curve, and you're majority of the time going to be casting it a couple of turns after you would have normally cast it. So, generally don't splash for efficiency. That's what I'm saying. For constructed, it's just not going to be good enough. Maybe if it haste. So, Amonkhet Champion, 2 green-white, creature human warrior, 4/4. So 4/4 for 4, that's already great stats. You may exert Amonkhet Champion as it attacks. When you do, untap all other creatures you control. Okay, so this is the plant for the exert strategy. So you want to, if you're green and white, you will probably have a fair number of exert creatures. I guess red had a lot, I think maybe the most of them, but green and white had a fair few, and green and white in particular had a fair few quite good ones. Even if you don't have a lot of other exert creatures, just untapping all the rest of your creatures to give them vigilance. If any of your creatures have tap effects, you get to double up on them each turn. Yeah, this is... And then on top of all of this, it is just a 4 mana 4/4. So yeah, this is... In green-white, this is probably a B+. Like, this is just excellent. Incredibly efficient, great ability. If you ever combo it with exert creatures, it gets even better. Yeah, I'll give this a B+ for green-white in limited. And if you're only one of these colors, again, like the last card, the green-red card, too much of this card's power is tied up in its efficiency. So splashing for efficiency is always, like, you can't splash for efficiency basically. But even, I suppose, if you draw this, if you're casting this 2 turns later and it's like view it as a 6 mana 4/4, then that's okay. But yeah, I would not be looking to splash this outside of green and white. But in green-white, B+ for limited. For constructed, it's not even close. Decimeter Beetle, 3 black-green for a 4/5 insect. When Decimeter Beetle enters the battlefield, put a -1/-1 counter on target creature you control. Whenever Decimeter Beetle attacks, remove a -1/-1 counter from target creature you control, and put a -1/-1 counter on up to 1 target creature defending player controls. Okay, this is very nice. And the beetle has a nice hat going on, whatever that is. So, like with all the green and black cards that have put counters on your own creatures, I've first viewed this as, what if we put the counter on itself? If it puts the counter on itself, then it's a 5 mana 3/4, which is below. But as soon as it attacks the next turn, as soon as it attacks for the first time, it'll be able to take its counter off and be a 4/5 that then puts a counter on one of your opponent's creatures. Yeah, that's fantastic. And then the fact that this also, a lot of the other, it seemed pretty tough to me to take counters off of our guys in green and black. There were a lot of cards that put counters on your green and black cards, and they were just about efficient enough on their own, but it was tough to get the counters off of them. This is an incredible way to get counters off your guys and start gunning down your opponent's creatures. All your opponent's 1 toughness creatures are just dead as soon as this guy shows up. Yeah, this is... In green, black, specifically in limited, this is going to be a B+, A-, maybe even A-. Like, once it's a large creature that starts killing creatures when it attacks, yeah. I'm going to give this an A- for green and black. If you are only one of these colors, this is the first of the gold cards we've seen that I'm happy splashing for, because if I'm black but not green, or if I'm green but not black, the green and black have enough of these cards that put counters on themselves that I think you will get a good payoff. And if you draw this, like if you don't get to cast this on exactly on turn 5, it's still going to be good. Yeah. This is maybe the best of the gold uncommon cards we've seen so far. This is very, very good. A minus for limited. If you're exactly black and green, and then I'm happy to splash with this outside. For constructed, though, it's just too inefficient. Costs 5 mana. You could be playing like green Gear Hulks for that mana cost in standard, and that also takes all your -1/-1 counters off of your creatures. So Enigma Drake now. 1 blue-red creature Drake, flying. It's a star 4. So star is its power is equal to the number of instant sorcery cards in your graveyard. So this one's very, very contextual on how your limited deck is shaping up. If you're exactly blue and red, then this is likely to be quite good, because blue and red are, of the 5 colors, they're the ones that have the most, the highest spell to creature like ratio, or the highest amount of spells. So I imagine when you play this on turn 3, if you cast it, if you're playing a blue-red deck in limited, if you cast this on turn 3, it's likely to just be a 0/4 the turn it comes down. But it will grow over the course of the game. I would not be surprised if on turn 5 it was a 2/4 flyer. And a 2/4 flyer that you got to cast down on turn 3 is very good. There are cycling cards in this set, so you can kind of fill your deck with instants of sorceries that can go to your graveyard by other means. Both blue and red had a kind of spells in your graveyard theme. There was a couple of other good payoff cards for putting a lot of spells in your graveyard. So, I mean, definitely if you get this card early in a blue-red deck in draft, you can start prioritizing those a bit more. You really do not need very many spells in your graveyard for this to be good. If you have 1 spell in your graveyard, it's mediocre. If you have 2 spells in your graveyard, though, it's good. Then at that point, 3 mana, 2/4 flyer would be a good card. So, if you're exactly blue and red in a draft, this is probably a B. Once you have it, do look to pick up spells a little bit higher. It's likely what you're going to be already doing in a blue-red deck. Cycling as well, look to pick up more instances of sorcery instead of cycling. So yeah, I'm going to give this a B for blue and red in limited. Would I splash for it if I was only one of these colors? Maybe if I was like blue-black and had a lot of the spells, like if you could kind of expect this to be, if you were very heavy on spells and only one of these colors, and you could kind of expect this to be a 4/4 when you cast it, then it is reasonable to splash for, but because a 5 mana 4/4 flyer would be a B, almost B plus 5 mana 4/4 flyer. So if you can expect it, again, anytime I'm splashing for a card, I kind of view it as adding 2 to the mana cost, because you're not likely to have the mana on curve for it. And if this was a 5 mana 4/4 flyer, you wouldn't be super excited to splash 5 mana 4/4 flyer, but you can do worse. For constructed, I think this has an okay shot as well. So standard, there's Fevered Visions already exists, and it's kind of like a really high spell density blue-red deck. This is fairly reasonable in that type of deck. It's particularly even as just a sideboard option, because once you're playing like blue-red Fevered Visions, your opponent is not going to have any. Well, I suppose you do have Thermo Alchemists, so it's not like your opponent's boarding out all their removal and you get to get them with Enigma Drake. So maybe it is just a main deck card instead. Because yeah, if you've got that sort of Thermo Alchemist Fevered Visions style deck going, this card could hit for a lot of damage, and it's got 4 toughness as well. Yeah, I think this. I would not be shocked if this card showed up a little bit in standard, and even in older formats. In modern, it's I think not too far off. The 4 toughness is really nice that it survives lightning bolt, and it seems quite easy to make this like a 3 mana 6/4 flyer in modern. And I mean that's no joke, really. Your opponent's gonna kind of have to kill it as soon as you play it. If you're playing like Thought Scars and Serum Visions and other ways to get cards into your graveyard, I think it's not outside the realm of possibility for modern. Again, the 4 toughness is really nice. The fact that it has Convery mana cost 3 means that it is somewhat resilient to Fatal Push. Obviously, they just need a fetch land to kill it, which is quite bad. But dodging Lightning Bolt is a good first step. So, Haparta, Vizier of Poisons. Black-green for a 2/2, legendary creature, human cleric. Whenever Haparta, Vizier of Poisons, deals combat damage to a player, you may put a -1/-1 counter on target creature. Whenever you put one or more -1/-1 counters on a creature, create a 1/1 snake creature token with Death Touch. So, in limited, this card seems fantastic. We already talked. There's so much of the black-green commons and uncommons involved this putting -1/-1 counters on your own creatures, and in fact, there was even some black commons that lets you put -1/-1 counters on their creatures. There's a lot going on there. And whenever you do, you get a huge benefit. You get to create a 1/1 snake creature token with Death Touch. You get, yeah, that's a real threatening creature. So yeah, this card for limited, if you're exactly black-green, this card just seems like an A-, maybe even an A, because if you get to cast this on turn 2, there's a good chance you'll be able to hit your opponent on turn 3 with it, and I suppose at that point your opponent wouldn't have a creature in play for you to put a counter on it. Wouldn't really get much of an effect out of it. Because if they did have a creature in play on turn 2, they would be blocking to trade with this. So it's not really going to start snowballing straight away on turn 2. But yeah, this is probably an A- for black-green decks in limited. Maybe even an A if you get enough of the put counters on your own guys effect, because getting to spit out 1/1 snakes with Death Touch every time you're just casting one of those creatures that put counters on themselves is a huge, huge deal. Would I splash for it if I was only one of these colors in limited? There's a good chance I would, because the effect of getting to make Death Touch snakes whenever you put -1/-1 counters on a creature is quite good. It's for splash wise, it's kind of comparable to the black enchantment that was 3 mana that said whenever you put a counter on something, put that many 1/1s without Death Touch into play. And that was only okay. I imagine any of the times where you would have wanted that card, you'll be happy splashing for this card. But it's not super, super thrilling on the splash. For constructed, this card probably has a reasonable chance as well. Again, it's kind of a snowbally card that doesn't actually snowball starting on turn 2. Because like I said, if your opponent has a creature in play, they would just block this. It wouldn't be getting in to deal damage to them and then also put a counter on their creature. And I don't know how many ways you can put -1/-1 counters on things in constructed. Seems a little tougher. This card probably needs to wait until the next set, until more -1 counter theme cards show up before it can do anything, because as of right now, I don't think there is enough going on for it. For competitive constructed, it seems like a great casual constructed card and a great commander card, though. I mean, I guess all the cheap legendary creatures are. Like this one. Neheb the Worthy, 1 black-red, legendary creature, Minotaur Warrior. It's got first strike, and other Minotaurs you control have first strike. As long as you have 1 or fewer cards in hand, Minotaurs you control get +2/+0. And whenever Neheb the Worthy deals combat damage to a player, each player discards a card. That's a 2/2. That's a lot of lines of text. So, it's a Minotaur Lord in that it gives first strike to all your Minotaurs. Once you're down to 1 card in hand, it pumps all your Minotaurs. And once it's getting in to your opponent, each player discards a card. Which I guess brings you closer to the pump ability. So, for limited, 3 mana 2/2 first striker is fine in limited. If you're black and red, that's fine. Other Minotaurs you control are first strike. There was a fair few Minotaurs in black and red. And then this, yeah, for limited, if you're black and red, this seems like it's just B+. Like, you're going to be very happy to play this. The stats are a little weak on when you first put it out, but a 2-power first strike creature is likely to be able to get in through blockers on turn 4. At the very least, they'll have to be scared of any sort of combat trick or burn spell teaming up with the first strike damage to kill whatever it's in its way. And once you get to the point where once you get to turn 6 onwards, in limited, you're just going to always be able to get yourself to 1 or fewer cards in that just by playing your cards. And at that point, it's a 4-power first strike creature, and a 4-power first strike creature that when it hits your opponent, they're going to have to discard their cards because, I mean, presumably you don't have any left. So yeah, this card seems like B+, almost A- if you're black and red in limited. If you're one of these colors but not both, it's not a particularly great splash card. It is nice that it is pretty decent in the late game, that it is essentially a 4/2 first striker, and if you have any number of any other Minotaurs, they're also get +2 power and first strike. So if I'm only one of these colors and I have no Minotaurs, I would not splash this. If I'm one of these colors and I have 4 Minotaurs, I would probably look to splash this. But I would need mana fixing as well. And for constructed, I don't think there are any good Minotaurs for constructed, for standard at the very least. This is just a casual card, I believe. So, prepare to fight. 1 and a white, instant. Untap target creature, it gets +2/+2 and gains lifelink until end of turn. And then fight is 3 and a green for an aftermath sorcery with, it's just prey upon, it's just 2 creatures fight. So, in limited, if you're just white, this card is fine. This is like Moment of Heroism in Innistrad was that exact text. It was 1 and a white instant. I guess it didn't untap the creature. This is even better than Moment of Heroism. It's just the target creature gets +2/+2 and lifelink. So if you're just white, this card is like a C level combat trick. It's nice. Untap gives you some flexibility. Good with the exert creatures. +2/+2 and lifelink is nice. You're going to win any combats you get into. You get to gain a nice chunk of life. You'll have a blocker available. Excellent card in a racing. It's like a C level combat trick. If you are white and green though, then this card is excellent. This is a card you don't have to cast both hands at once. You can split it up, casting Prepare just in combat 1 turn, and then a couple of turns later, flashing back Fight to kill off a smaller creature is excellent. If you ever get to 6 mana, then it's really good, because you get to give +2/+2 to one of your creatures, and then if you make it fight a creature, you'll gain a big chunk of life immediately with the fight and then gain another big chunk of life whenever you're attacking. So for limited, if you're just white, this is a C. If you're green and white, this is probably a B plus. Maybe it might even be A minus if you're green and white in limited. If you're only white, this is a fine card to splash the second half of. You could like be a blue-white deck, and this would be a great reason to include maybe one forest in your deck. If your mana is otherwise good, it would be a great reason to look for a green-white dual land. I mean, I know they're just rare, but yeah, this is C if you're one color, B plus, A minus if you're both of the colors, and certainly if you're only white, look to splash a forest in your decks or any sort of green source to get the fight half going. For constructed, this is just too inefficient. Mana or combat tricks in constructed have to they have a really high bar to meet. This doesn't meet it, and then it's restrictive, and that it's only really good if you're green and white. So yeah, this is not gonna get there in constructed. So Spring to Mind, 2 and a green, sorcery. Search your library for a basic land card, put it on the battlefield tapped, then shuffle your library, is Spring. And Mind is 4 blue, instant, with Aftermath, draw 2 cards. I love this card. This is one of my favorite cards in the whole set. Is it very good? It's fine. So, 2 and a green, sorcery, Spring. If you are just green and not blue, this card is not particularly exciting. It's Rampant Growth for 3 mana. We already saw in green the enchant land that was 3. It was kind of a 3 mana Rampant Growth that gained you 3 life when it enters the battlefield. That's just better than this if you're only green. So for this card to be good, you have to be both green and blue. But if you are green and blue, this card is quite good. It's a little bit overcost, like it's an overcosted Rampant Growth on the front end, but you do get to draw 2 cards without spending any cards in the late game, which is a really, really nice bonus. But yeah, if you're just green and not blue, and you're really desperate and limited for ramp/mana fixing, you couldn't get the enchant land, which is just better than this at common, then this card is passable. It's like a D minus. If you're blue and green, this card is probably a C plus. I don't know if it even makes it up to B minus. As much as I really, really like this card, it's probably just a C plus even in green blue, which is a shame. For constructed, this card, I would love for this card to be good and constructed, but it just seems too inefficient. It's kind of restrictive. If there is a green-blue ramp deck, like if there is exactly green-blue in constructed, then particularly in standard, then this card I think is borderline playable. But otherwise, it's tough to be both green and blue and want ramp. We'll see. Great. I would really like to put this into cubes, though. The green-blue ramp decks are generally quite great in cube, and this would be an amazing addition to those type of decks. And I imagine it's a great commander card as well. So, start to finish, 2 and a white, instant. Create 2 1/1 white warrior creature tokens with vigilance. And finish is 2 and a black sorcery with aftermath. As an additional cost to cast, finish, sacrifice a creature, destroy target creature. So, start is raise the alarm for 1 mana more, but the creatures get vigilance. and finish is bone splinters with like a flashback bone splinters for 3 mana. That's okay. So in limited, this card, if you're just white, is not very good in limited. I'm already pretty skeptical of like Raise the Alarm. This effect at 2 mana in limited, I don't think is very good. At 3 mana, I'm very unexcited. So for limited, if you're just white, I'll give this a D minus. If you're both white and black, though, then this card is quite good. It is probably a B minus for white and black, because you do get a lot out of this. You get 2 tokens, and you can sack a token to cast Finish later. Yeah, I'll give this a B minus if you're white and black, and a D minus if you're just white. For constructed, though, this is way too inefficient. Okay, Destined to Lead. 1 and a black, instant. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains Indestructible until end of turn. And Lead is 3 and a green, sorcery with Aftermath. All creatures able to block target creature this turn do so. So, for limited, it was a very similar card to this in Kaladesh limited. I can't remember the name. Maybe someone in chat has it, but that was 1 and a black that granted Indestructible as a combat trick, and it was it Surge of Vitality? No, that sounds like too much like a green card. I'm not sure. It was 2 mana, and it was fine. That was a reasonable enough combat trick. So I mean, if you are just black, that level of combat trick is already Rush of Vitality. I was close. I said Surge of Vitality. Rush of Vitality. Yeah, so this is practically Rush of Vitality if you're just black. Rush did give lifelink, yes. But Rush of Vitality was fine. Rush was a C-, but it was a fine combat trick C-. So Destined is very similar. Like this is if you're just black, I'll give this a C-. If you're black and green, though, it gets a good bit better. The black and green, you for 6 mana can cast both of these at once, make your creature indestructible. All your opponent's stuff have to block your indestructible creature. So not only do you get to get through with all your other creatures, you get to take down a couple of their creatures probably at the same time. So yeah, you could use this on your smallest creature to make all the rest of your creatures get in to kill them. You could put this on your biggest creature to make your opponent, so you get to like knock down a couple of your opponent's creatures while it attacks. Yeah, this is nice. So if you're both black and green, I would say this is probably a B- again, because it's also reasonable to split this up where you can just use it as a Rush of Vitality in the early game, and then in a later game just use it as a like falter effect, get all your creatures through, Magmatic Chasm type effect. So yeah, I'll give it a B- for black and green in limited. Yeah, this card is fine. If you're just black and not green, is it worth splashing for? I wouldn't mind if the rest of my mana was good enough to putting 1 forest in the deck, because this is a nice flat like aftermath effect. Yeah, I'll give C- for just black. Be happy to try and splash a green source somehow, and then B- for black and green, and it's not going to do anything in constructed. So Reduce to Rubble, 2 and a red, instant. Counter target spell unless its controller plays 3, and Rubble is 2 and a red, sorcery with Aftermath. Up to 3 target lands don't untap during their controller's next untap step. So the front half is a mana leak that costs 1 more, or a Convolute that's 1 less. Spell Shrivel, as well as, I guess, a variant that sees some standard play, fringe standard play. So for limited, if you are just blue, this is generally worse than cancel. And cancel I give like a C minus, D plus 2. So if you're just blue, I'm guessing this is just a D minus F. If you're blue and red, see the red effect is just not even a good card. Rubble, 2 in a red, up to 3 lands don't untap next turn. Notice they don't even tap the lands. The lands have to be like pre-tapped for it to do anything. Yeah, this is a D minus if you're just blue, and still a D minus if you're blue and red. Like, this is just not a good card in limited. For constructed, I feel kind of similarly that there are just better things. You just have better counter spells available for 3 mana. In particular, in standard, we have Disallow, which is like one of the better cancel variants we've had in a while. So I cannot imagine ever playing Register Rubble whilst Disallow is legal. And yeah, the Rubble half is just, it's not even worth spending 3 mana on, honestly. Weaver of Currents, 1 blue-green for a 2/2 with tap, add colorless to your mana pool. So this is like Palladium Mirror, which was a card from Scars of Mirrodin. It was 3 generic mana for a 2/2 artifact creature that had tap for colorless. Palladium Mirror was pretty decent. Tapping for colorless is a lot of mana, especially for a card that's so cheap. You go straight from 3 mana on turn 3 to 6 mana on turn 4. And there were good 6-drops in this set. In particular, there was the 6/7 Hexproof at uncommon in green. If you ever cast that on turn 4, good luck to your opponent. Because of cycling being one of the set mechanics, then you can just have a higher density of 6 and 7 mana creatures in your limited deck. So yeah, I imagine this card will be really good in blue-green decks. In blue-green, this is probably a B plus, like a great early pick. And once you do pick this up, look to pick up a lot of the expensive cycling creatures a lot higher, because if you ever get to cast one of the 6 mana cycling creatures on turn 4, you're just going to win the game. So yeah, if you're blue-green, this is a B plus, and if you are only one of these colors, you can't splash it. Like the rule I've already explained, that when viewing splash cards, kind of add 2 to its mana cost and reevaluate it there. And this just wouldn't be good for 5 mana, because at that point you can already cast your expensive things. And for constructed, there's just far more efficient ways to be ramping mana in constructed. In particular, if you're blue-green, I want to play Spring to Mind. Shadowstorm Vizier. Wow, this art is so sweet. So, blue-black for a 1/3 flyer, and whenever you cycle or discard a card, Shadowstorm Vizier gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Yeah, so the stats are fine. 2 mana 1/3 flyer is like C minus, and when you cycle or discard a card, it gets +1/+1. See, of all these gold uncommons, this one just, that are like kind of pushing you towards an archetype, this one just doesn't seem particularly great. That's not really a big payoff to be going into the like blue-black cycling. Like this, having this card in my pool does not make me particularly more interested in picking cycling cards higher. Whereas the last card, the blue-green uncommon we just talked about, that's all I wanted to do was pick the cycling cards higher. So if you're blue and black, this is fine. If you're blue and black, this is like a C, maybe C plus if you have a lot of cycling cards, but it's not It's not anything to draw me into blue-black. It's not anything to draw me into picking a lot of cycling cards. Yeah, as chat says, you can wheel this if you want it. Yeah, you're not going to want it very highly. Yeah, it's in blue-black. It's like C minus that goes up to a C plus if you have a lot of cycling. For constructed, no, I'm not really seeing it. I mean, no, it's just too inefficient. Well, it's efficient. It's just very low impact. Merciless Javelineer, 2 black red for a creature Minotaur Warrior. Pay 2 and discard a card. Put a -1/-1 counter on target creature. That creature can't block this turn, and it's a 4/2. Okay, so this card wants to beat down. 4 mana 4/2 is meh stats. 4 mana 4/2 is like C minus. This activated ability, you can pay 2 mana to and discard a card. So for 2 mana, it turns all the cards into your hand into like 2 mana sorceries or 2 mana instants that put a -1/-1 counter on a creature and make it unable to block. So it does a lot of things. You can use this, like just use it to discard 3 cards, clear 3 blockers out of the way, and swing for a huge amount of damage. You can use it to pick off small creatures if your opponent ever has any 1 toughness creatures in play. Basically, every card in your hand becomes a 2 mana removal spell that can kill 1 toughness creatures, which is nice. It means that all combats that your opponent gets into, they kind of have to evaluate their creatures being 1 mana or being 1/1 less. So let's say you cast this, and you don't even have to attack with it. You just attack with your 3/3 into their 3/3. Now, they can't block, because the question of, like, do you have a combat trick in your hand? Well, every card in your hand is now a combat trick, and it's all a combat trick that gives your opponent's creature -1/-1. So you don't even have to be clearing blockers out of the way. It just means that your similarly sized creatures can attack into their similarly sized creatures, and they're kind of unblockable without you even having to activate this ability, which is nice. So that does a lot, in particular how crushing it is against 1 toughness creatures. This is probably quite good. In black-red, this is probably a B, B+. If you're only one of these colors, it is probably reasonable to splash this because of how it can kill your opponent's creatures and kill 1 toughness creatures reasonably well. Kind of like a pinger in that way. But yeah, if you're in black-red, this is like a BB+. If you're only one of these colors, I think you can start it in your sideboard and board it in against splash it against people who have a lot of 1 toughness creatures. In particular, again, using my way of evaluating splash cards of what if they cost 2 more. Well, this one, it kind of does, because once you get to that later point in the game and you have 6 mana, you can play it and activate it the same turn. So it's kind of, you do get some benefit out of it that first turn you play it off the splash. So yeah, this card is pretty decent. For constructed, though, it's not going to get there. So, Rags to Riches. 2 black sorcery. All creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn, and Riches is 5 blue sorcery with Aftermath. Each opponent chooses a creature he or she controls. You gain control of those creatures. So for limited, if you're just black, this is kind of mediocre. We've kind of seen 2 black -2/-2 effects in a couple of other formats. There was in Origins, there was 2 black give -2/-2 to all non-elves. Even in a couple of other limited formats recently, like we had Flaying Tendrils as an uncommon in Oath the Gatewatch. There was Drown in Sorrow as an uncommon in Born of the Gods, Infests. There's a lot more 3 toughness creatures going around in limited. You find these days. Infest has not aged amazingly, I think. So yeah, if you're just black, this is a fine sideboard card. Yeah, I don't mind picking this at around the C level for sideboard if you're just black. If you're black and blue, this gets a bit better. But Riches is not very exciting effect for limited. I already explained on the black trial that made your opponent sacrifice a creature that edicts are considerably worse in limited because your opponent has plenty of bad creatures in play in limited. In constructed, you only play good creatures, so edicts are always going to be killing a good creature. In limited, that's not the case. It is nice that Rags clears away their worst creatures before you get to cast Riches. But that's expensive. I don't know. You're not going to be playing 11 mana to do both of these in one turn. You're going to be casting Rags on one turn and then Riches a couple of turns later. So they probably will have found another worse creature. This is a sideboard card if you're black and not blue, and it doesn't even jump up all that much if you are blue. It's like sideboard C for just mono black and is still like a C if you're black and blue in limited. In constructed, Flying Tendrils exists, and the efficiency just matters a whole lot more whenever you're trying to sweep away decks with a lot of small creatures, and you're just not going to be that interested in then on turn 7 taking one of their, goblin tokens or whatever you're intending to sweep up. Nissa Steward of Elements. There's a lot going on here. So, X blue green for a Planeswalker Nissa starts with X loyalty. It has +2 to scry 2. 0, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card or a creature card with converted mana cost less than the number of loyalty counters on Nissa Steward of Elements, you may put that card onto the battlefield. And for -6, untap up to 2 target lands you control. They become 5/5 elemental creatures with flying and haste until end of turn. They are still lands. So, like most Planeswalkers in Limited, they tend to be very good. Nissa, if you're blue and green, can come down really early. It can come down on turn 3 and immediately tick up to 3 loyalty. Even if you don't draw it on turn 3, you can still play it on like turn 5 and tick it up to 5 loyalty. It's really nice. Scry 2 is a pretty sweet ability. If you're scrying 2 every turn, it's gonna be pretty easy for you to win the game. You're gonna just bury your opponent in card quality. You're just not gonna flood out at all. You're gonna hit plays at every point on your curve. That's great. It's got a 0 ability that you get that for the majority of your limited deck is going to be either creatures or lands. Like you're maybe going to have 6 cards in your deck that are not one of those 2 categories, especially if your green is one of your colors. So a lot of the time this is going to be 0, draw a card, and even put it into play if it costs less than the number of loyalty. Well, I suppose you don't get to draw it if it does cost more than this is loyalty. It's interesting, but it's a good ability. Provides card advantage. Describe 2 ability might just be better. It might just be better to be ticking Nissa up every turn and just improving the quality of your draws so much. And the ultimate doesn't cost a whole lot of loyalty. It's only 6. And it has a +2, so you get to race to that very quickly. And because it's an X in its mana cost for X loyalty, you can just play this with X as more than 6 or more and ultimate straight away. If you ultimate, there's a good chance you're going to win immediately that turn, just hitting your opponent for 10 in the air, or at the very least, like you'll hit them for 5 and kill one of their flying creatures, which is really nice. Yeah, this card, if you're blue and green in limited, is probably a B plus, A minus, probably A minus. It has so much loyalty, and you can play it with even more loyalty by waiting a little while. If you're not gonna be able to defend it, you can stack your draws so well. Goes up so much loyalty each time, +2 a turn. So your opponent is gonna have such a hard time killing it, especially when you're just improving the quality as your draw so much and playing creatures every turn. Yeah, this card is an A minus for limited if you're blue and green, and yes, if I'm only one of those colors, I would be looking to splash this because it is really high impact, and if you top deck it really late in the game, you can just like deal 10 damage to your opponent immediately by ultimating straight away. This card is great and limited. For constructed, this is probably fine. We've seen blue and green planeswalkers before a number of times. Seen blue and green planeswalkers a number of times, and they've never really done anything. She seems okay. I imagine she will see a little bit of play in standard. I don't imagine she'll see play in older formats, but the fact that she's such a good top deck in the late game that you can just deal 10 damage to your opponent out of nowhere is really nice. If you have any sort of ramp deck, yeah, Nissa will see constructed play, I believe. So yeah, my limited rating, she's an A. For constructed, she's gonna see play. She's fine. Wayward Servant, black white for a creature zombie 2/2. Whenever another zombie enters the battlefield under your control, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. So 2 mana 2/2 stat line in limited is C minus. This ability is okay. This is fine. If you're exactly black and white do have a fair number of zombies. Both black and white are pretty high zombie density. So imagine this in a black-white deck in limited is probably a C+. Because yeah, I imagine you'll probably get 4 triggers. If you play this on turn 2, you'll probably get 4 triggers out of it over the course of the game. And I mean, a 2 mana 2/2 that drained your opponent for 4 throughout the game. It's very like a Syndic of Tithes from Gatecrash. That card was great. It was like a C+. So yeah, if you're black and white, I give this card a C+. If you're only one of these colors, this card's not going to be good. You're not going to splash this if you're only one of these colors. For constructed, I doubt it. Strongly doubt it. But there is a lot of zombie support going on in this set. There is zombie support from Shadows over Innistrad. There is a whole another set of presumably more zombie support coming with Hour of Devastation. So I don't think it's there yet, but I don't know what's coming in the next set. Honored Crop Captain, red-white for a 3/2. When Honored Crop Captain attacks, other attacking creatures get +1 power until end of turn. This card is a beatdown in limited. If you are both red and white, this is the best 3-drop in your deck, or the best 2-drop in your deck. It's going to be better than most of the 3-drops in your deck. Yeah, and if you're red and white, this is a B+. Like, presumably if you're red and white, you're going to be aggressive anyway. You're going to have lots of creatures. This card hits really hard on its own as a 2 mana 3/2, and once you're attacking with any other creatures, it hits exceptionally hard. Given that all of its power is tied up in efficiency, I don't think you can splash this. If you're only one of these colors, I would not be splashing this card. But it is a B+ in red-white. For constructed, this card has a chance the Thalia. It's a human, and Thalia's lieutenant and the whole human package from Shadows of Innistrad is still legal for a couple more months. There have been red-white variants of that deck in the past. I would not be surprised if red-white variants of that deck made a comeback and were playing this card. One of the problems that that deck faces at the moment is that it has a lot of 1 toughness creatures, and particularly 1 toughness creatures are really bad against Walking Ballista. So the support is there. Will the whole deck come together? I don't know. But this card is certainly strong enough to show up in Constructed. So Samut, Voice of Dissent. 3 red green for a 3/4 flash legendary creature, human warrior. It's got double strike, vigilance, haste. Other creatures you control have haste. And pay white and tap it to untap another target creature. Alright. In limited, this card is a beating. If you are red and green in limited, this card is like an A-. When you play this on turn 5, it's going to be immediately attacking as a 3/4 double strike haste vigilance. That's nothing's going to be able to stop that on turn 5. Nothing's going to be able to stop that on turn nothing's going to be able to stop that in combat for the entirety of the game. Really, that's just too much. And then it also gives the rest of your creatures haste. So if your opponent isn't like really on the ropes from this coming crashing in once and then a second time, like everything else is coming crashing in. So yeah, that's incredible. This white ability of pay white to untap another target creature is pretty close to meaningless. I feel like you're just... It's going to be tough to be 3 colors in limited, and if you're red and green, I wouldn't be going out of my way to splash white for this. Like, I wouldn't put plains in my deck if I was red-green with this. I would put the like a green-white dual land in my deck if you happen to get it, but I'm not going to go out of my way. Because this is off-color, yes, people in the chat are saying exert. I understand it untaps exert creatures. I'm saying that it doesn't... That in limited, that's not worth hindering your mana enough. Like, this effect is small enough that you can just play it with completely ignoring the white text in a green-red deck, and it'll be already amazing. Like, in a green-red deck, this is an A-. Maybe even A. Probably an A. If you're green and red, this is an A. If you're only one of those colors, if you're like blue-red, if you're green-black, then this is definitely worth splashing. This is definitely worth splashing. If you're red-white or white-green, then this is even better to splash. And then I feel like you kind of have to be white-red or white-green splashing the other color to ever really be a Naya deck playing this, is what I mean. But this card's an easy A for green-red in limited, and definitely splashable. For constructed, this card probably has enough going on in constructed. I mean, in constructed, it's a lot easier to be Naya. What is it? Someone's asking, what does it take to be an A+, if this is only an A in green-red? The cards I give A+ to so far were the Oblivion Ring Angel with Embalm and the Dragon, the Glorybringer, that exerts to kill a creature. So I want an incredibly threatening creature, like all 3 of those were, that also like kills something or has some sort of resiliency. Like, that's what I would look for A+. But I mean, the difference between A and A+ is kind of meaningless. If you're opening this pack, if you're opening this card in a booster, you're not going to look at it and be like, "Oh, it's only an A." Like, you're going to slam it. So I mean, the difference between A and A+ is very, very, very minor. But I do kind of reserve the A plus for the Glory Bringers, for the Oblivion Ring Angels that are both a threat and an answer at once. In Constructed, this is fine. It's probably pretty good in Constructed. It is competing with Glorybringer as a 5-mana red creature for mid-range decks, and I feel like Glorybringer might edge this out. Again, well, there we go. A plus is better than A, but yeah, Glorybringer I think might edge this out in Constructed, but they're different enough. This one is certainly, I don't know. Liliana, I probably give Liliana an A plus as well. I'm not quite sure. It was either A or A plus, but again, that's kind of semantics. Yeah, in Constructed, it's got a lot going for it. I think the power level is there. The only downside is that there are other options at this kind of mana. There's Verdurous Gearhulk, there's Glorybringer. It's tough to compete with those cards. Those cards are very, very good. So we might see this card in Constructed. But there's a lot of competition. Oh, that seems to be the last of the gold cards. Okay, so we still have artifacts and lands to go. So we're very nearing the end of this review. So I'm going to go refill my water, be gone for 1 minute, and then we'll be jumping in with the artifacts and lands. For the people currently watching live on Twitch, please stick around. We'll still be going for another hour or so. If you haven't already followed the stream, I would appreciate it if you did. For anyone watching this on YouTube later when I upload it there, please like the video, give it a comment, say something nice. It's all very appreciated. And I will be back in 1 minute. Alright, I am back. Alright, so jumping into the artifacts. I'll pull them up, there's not too many of those. Yes, we're reaching the end of this. We're nearly 5 hours into this half of the video, and I did another 5-hour video yesterday. So, jumping in, we have Bontu's Monument, 3 mana, legendary artifact at uncommon. Black creature spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Whenever you cast a creature spell, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. So, the total cycle of these, we'll see 5 of them. This is the black one. They all cost 3 mana. They're all legendary artifacts at uncommon. And they all have creature spells of a certain color, costs 1 less to cast. And then they have a second trigger, which, of note, doesn't care about the color of the creatures. The second trigger is always just when you cast a creature spell. I don't think any of the monuments are going to be particularly great in Limited. They all seem kind of medium. Even if you're... yeah. Even if you're a heavy black deck, let's say you're 2/3 black, and you have a lot of creatures in your deck, let's say 15, casting this on turn 3, making your 10 black creatures you have in your deck cost 1 less. Whenever you cast a creature, only your 15 creatures, you drain your opponent for 1. I don't think all this is adding up to be enough to be worth spending a card on. So I'm going to give this D for Limited. I imagine most of these monuments I think will be getting a D or in that range. Honestly, if you would just much rather play a 3 mana creature on turn 2 or turn 3. If you just played a 3 mana creature instead of Bontu's Monument, your board state will probably just look better than it did if you had Bontu's Monument out. For Constructed, anytime any card says something costs 1 less to cast, you have to take a little look at it for Constructed. The fact that it's kind of only restricted to creatures, maybe there's something you could do with the green one in some sort of elf deck. Those decks kind of try to chain together lots of creatures in one turn, but they all kind of already cost 1 mana, and you're not taking any mana off of them. So then, yeah, I'm giving this a D for Limited, and I would be shocked. It would have to be some combo applications. No one's going to play this fair in Constructed. So Hazoret's Monument, the red one, and its trigger is whenever you cast a creature spell, you may discard a card if you do draw a card. So I like this effect a lot more than the drain one on the black one, but still probably not enough for me to play it. This is probably where the black one was a D, D minus, this one's maybe a D plus. If you had a large number of creatures, maybe you could do a little worse than playing this, and it kind of approximates like a Goblin Rummager in the late game, but no, it's not very exciting. I'm giving it a D, D plus, probably D, and for Constructed, similarly, I mean, this is a kind of a very Jeskai Ascendancy type of effect of once you're making all your spells cost less mana, and then you're chaining through your deck and you can draw into more cards and kind of start a combo turn going, but I would be very skeptical of this in Constructed as well. So Oracle's Vault, 4 mana artifact, 2 and tap, exile the top card of your library. Until end of turn, you may play that card, put a brick counter on Oracle's Vault. And tap, exile the top card of your library. Until end of turn, you may play that card without paying its mana cost. Activate this ability only if there are 3 or more brick counters on Oracle's Vault. Okay, so there's a couple of cards that work this way, where they're all artifacts, and they have an activated ability that's kind of costs some mana, and it's kind of a little bit inefficient, but once you've done it 3 times, then the mana cost gets cut off of it, and the effect gets considerably stronger. So you have to build up to it. To begin with, 4 mana artifact, pay 2 and tap it. It's kind of like a Jam Day Tome in Limited, where that was 4 mana to play, 4 mana tap, draw a card. This is 4 mana to play, 2 mana tap, draw a card, but you have to play it this turn only, which is okay. Once you've done it 3 times, the ability is actually quite good. it's just tap, draw a card, you may play it this turn, and it gets to be cast for free. But that's a lot of hoops to have to go through to get there. So, yeah, for limited, I'm skeptical. This is probably a D. If you are a very, very defensive deck, you could do worse as like a late game engine win condition card than this, where if you are very, very defensive, you can stall out the game, build up your bricks, and then just be drawing 2 cards a turn. So that's nice, but I'm gonna give it a D for limited. For constructed, oh, I would love to play a world where this is constructed playable, but it just seems like too much mana. And then if it was 4 mana and it just ignore the first ability, it was 4 mana with tap, we didn't need any brick counters, so we could just go straight to the second ability. It probably would be constructed playable. It'd be like a planeswalker, it draws a card every turn and casts it for free. It would actually be very good, actually, if you got to skip straight to the second ability. But as it is, that just seems like too much work. It takes too long to build these monuments, I'm telling you. Bomber's Tools, 2 mana artifact. Activated abilities of creature cards in your graveyard cost 1 less to activate. Tap an untapped zombie you control. Target player puts the top 2 cards of his or her library into his or her graveyard. So, the first ability is interesting. Again, well, okay, talking about limited. So it makes all your embalm cost 1 less, and you can tap a zombie to mill yourself for 2. So, obviously in a deck with no embalm, oh, you can mill your opponent as well. If you have a lot of zombies, this card can... Oh, puts the top card. It's only 1 card, not 2. Chat is correcting me. Okay, that's a lot worse. So if you're in limited and you're kind of a heavy zombie deck, this is kind of an alternate win condition. You can tap your zombies to mill your opponent out 1 card at a time. I suppose if you had a fair number of zombies, if you're a heavy zombie deck in limited, you could end up tapping 3, 4 creatures a turn and milling your opponent for 3 or 4 a turn, whilst leaving all your guys back to block. It's okay. It's not amazing. It's pretty slow. It lets you embalm. Your embalm costs 1 less. Yeah. I think altogether this is just not going to do enough in limited. Looks like a D- to me. That even if you were extremely heavy on zombies and extremely heavy on embalm, where you're making all your embalm cost 1 less, and you're tapping your zombies to mill yourself to mill more embalm cards, I'm still not seeing it. This is probably an F, but I mean, is D- a generous grade? It still feels pretty bad. For constructed, obviously, anytime something costs 1 less in constructed, you have to take a look at it. Activated abilities of cards in your graveyard. Was that embalm? It's only creature cards. Don't see it happening in constructed either. Edifice of Authority, 3 mana artifact. Target creature can't attack this turn. Put a brick counter on Edifice of Authority. And 1 and tap. Until your next turn, target creature can't attack or block, and its activated abilities can't be activated. Activate this ability only if there are 3 or more brick counters on it. In limited, this seems quite good actually. So in limited, this is very similar to like an icy manipulator, or it even costs 1 less. So it's 3 mana artifact, and then you could, for only 1 mana, it's kind of like a tapper, in that tappers generally are trying to stop your opponent from attacking you. You're using it at the beginning of their combat to top down one of their attackers. Whilst you're building up, it doesn't clear blockers out of the way. It only stops the attackers. But once you do get the 3 brick counters, then it does stop blockers, and it stops them for like a turn cycle. Yeah, this card is quite good. In limited, this is probably a B, maybe even B+, because there's... Yeah, this card might even be a B+ in limited. This card seems very good. Yeah, and because the front half, whilst you're building it up with brick counters, it's still quite reasonable. And then once you do get the 3 brick counters on it, it becomes very good. Yeah, I'm a fan of this card. I'm giving this a B+ for limited. For constructed, Icy Manipulator I've seen play in constructed before. Maybe if this, I like the other brick counter card, if we could skip straight to the second ability, it probably would be reasonable and constructed, but as is, this is maybe just shy, I think, of constructed. But given that there's going to be so much artifact hate running around, it's just not going to be played. So, Throne of the God Pharaoh, 2 mana legendary artifact. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent loses life equal to the number of tapped creatures you control. So, for limited, in limited, how are you tapping your creatures? It means you're attacking with them. If you're attacking with your creatures, we kind of talked about this on the green ramp spell that ramped you for each green creature you had, or each tapped creature you had. If your creatures are tapped in limited, it means you attacked with them. If you're attacking with your creatures and attacking with multiple creatures, it means you're winning. So this only really has effect if you're winning. If you're losing, it doesn't do anything because you're just not going to be able to attack with your creatures. This card just looks bad in limited. If you are in that spot where you're winning and able to tap multiple of your creatures every turn, then you would just rather have another creature. This card is D-, F. It's probably just an F. You just shouldn't put this card in your deck. It only does something when you're winning, and even then it's only okay if you're winning. In constructed, there are ways, apart from attacking, to tap your creatures. You can be doing things with activated abilities. You could be playing something like Elf Combo that just plays out so many creatures in one turn, and because of Heritage Druid is tapping them all for mana the turn that they're coming in, so then you kind of like fireball your opponent out. But I feel like at the point where you are able to play a bunch of elves out onto the table, you can find other ways to win. You don't need Throne of the God Pharaoh. You could play it in, say, aggressive decks in standard, like some sort of like the White Humans, Shadows of Innistrad type decks, where you're attacking and then getting to burn them out a little bit in the end step. Again, it only seems good if you're winning someone in the... Yeah, no. Just not feeling it. This card's not going to be very good. People in the chat are mentioning things like Convoke and Improvise. I think you can do better. There is, to talk about the Saheeli Rai combo, there are now 2 ways in standard. Authority of the Consuls, I believe, is the 1 mana enchantment, and the Green Beast from this set that make the Felidar Guardian tokens come into play tapped. And this is a way to like re-trump those effects, that they play their thing that stops your combo, you play this that then stops their card that stops your combo. You're just better off, instead of playing Throne of the God Pharaoh, you could just play any bounce spell, you could play any removal spell, and just get the Manglehorn off the table with a shock. You could just get the Authority of the Consuls off the table with any sort of bounce thing. I suppose Authority is not Authority. Okay, this doesn't trump Authority, because Authority gains them 1 life with each thing. That is a fair point. But yeah, this is just not going to see play. This is not good. Gate to the Afterlife, 3 mana artifact. Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, you gain 1 life, then you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. Oh, I was kind of into this until it said discard a card. Pay 2, sacrifice Gate to the Afterlife. Search your graveyard, hand, or library for a card named God Pharaoh's Gift and put it onto the battlefield. If you search your library this way, shuffle it, activate this ability only if there's 6 or more creature cards in your graveyard. So, chat can maybe back me up on this. God Pharaoh's Gift doesn't exist yet, right? This is a card from the next set. I'll look a bit silly if I've just missed God's Pharaoh Gift and I've already reviewed it already. Okay, chat is confirming that God Pharaoh's Gift is not a card that exists. So I'm just going to ignore that part. 3 mana artifact. When a non-token creature you control dies, you gain a life. Then you may draw a card and discard a card. In limited, it's just not going to be worth spending 3 mana for this effect. It's tough enough to get your creatures to die. The looting and gaining a life isn't even that big of a payoff. So just going to give it a D-F for limited. And as chat says, it's A++ if you have God Pharaoh's Gift. Yeah. That's the official rating for it right now. And for constructed, similarly, it's not going to be good enough constructed apart from the God Pharaoh's Gift deck, which is obviously going to be the Scourge of Standard. Rona's Monument, 3 mana artifact. This is the green monument. Whenever you cast a creature spell, target creature you control gets +2/+2 and gains trample until the end of turn. So, of all the monuments, I was very low on the previous monuments. I gave them both Ds, maybe D- for the black one. This one is the best one we've seen so far. I mean, obviously green decks in limited tend to have a higher density of creatures, so you're more likely to be getting this second trigger more often. And this second trigger is actually pretty okay. The +2/+2 and trample will let you hit through if you have any sort of reasonable creature. A 3/3 gets to hit in for 5 with trample. But again, this costs you 3 mana. This on itself doesn't attack and block on its own. It doesn't do anything if you top deck it later. It doesn't do anything if you don't have multiple creatures to follow it up with. It's still a D for limited. Yeah, not into this. For constructed, same applies to all the other monuments. Making things cost less is potentially broken, but it has to be a combo thing. But yeah, I'm just giving this a D, maybe D+ for limited. Luxa River Shrine, 3 mana artifact. Pay 1 and tap, you gain a life, put a brick counter on it. And tap, you gain 2 life. Activate this ability if you have 3 or more brick counters on it. No. This. So I have to spend 3 mana straight up. I get nothing in return. Then I have to spend 3 more mana over the course of 3 turns to gain 3 life. I'm not happy that so far I'm 6 mana in, and 3 turns later I'm only up 3 life. And then at that point I have tap gain 2 life a turn. Yeah, this is for limited. This is an easy F, and for constructed it is also an F. Honed Kopesh, 1 mana artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. Equip 1 attached. Yeah, I'll not read equip. So, pretty sure we've seen this card a couple of times in the past. 1 mana to play, 1 to equip. Equip creature gets +1/+1. This is a D-, an F in limited. That's just as small as an equipment can really get. This is D minus F in limited, and similarly D minus F in constructed. Well, just straight F in constructed. Okerta's Monument, the white monument. So this one has, whenever you cast a creature spell, get a 1/1 white warrior creature token with vigilance. I like this a little less than the green one, and the green one I already give a D, D plus 2. So this is, I'm going to be giving it a D as well. Yeah, it might even be D minus. This is 1/1s are so low impact in Modern Limited, and yeah, you have to do a lot of work to get some tokens out of this. Yeah, not feeling it. D minus, and the same constructor review for all the monuments apply. Kefnit's Monument. This is the blue one, and its trigger is whenever you cast a creature spell, target creature an opponent control doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. Of note, this doesn't even tap the creature. It has to be already a creature that's tapped you, or is tapped because it attacked you or whatever. Yeah, this is the worst of the monuments. Not even taking into the fact that the blue decks are likely to have a few less creatures on average than some of the other colors. So yeah, this is just an F for limited. And same review applies to all the constructed monuments. Watchers of the Dead, 2 mana 2/2 artifact creature cat. Exile Watchers of the Dead. Each opponent chooses 2 cards into their graveyard and exiles the rest. In limited, that text doesn't mean anything, because there are only a very few cards in your opponent's graveyard that you will want to be exiling in limited, and it would be like their Embalm creature or their Aftermath card, and they still get to keep it. So yeah, it's the ability is practically blank in limited. So and the stats then is just a 2 mana 2/2. That's C minus. So this card doesn't really. Yeah, the effect is nothing. So this is just a C minus. It does have cat synergies. There is a cat lord. It's still going to be a C minus if you have the cat lord. But yeah, this is not going to be doing anything in limited. For constructed, it's no secret that standard has been very, very lacking in graveyard hate. This is very mediocre graveyard hate, though. Like, it's not going to get their Scrap Heap Scrounger if they have 3 of them in their graveyard. I suppose you get 1 of them. I suppose you get to exile some of the creatures that Scrap Heap Scrounger would be eating, so it might be tougher for it to come back, but it'll eventually come back. Against the Delirium decks, your opponent gets to keep 2 card types, and like I said with some of the other graveyard hate for against the Delirium decks, like the Delirium decks start the game without Delirium. They start with 0 card types in their graveyard, and their entire deck is built around getting to 4 card types in their graveyard. So if you knock them from 4 down to 2, they will be able to climb their way back up to 4 in like 2 turns. So yeah, this is not optimistic for Watchers of the Dead in constructed either. Pyramid of the Pantheon. One mana artifact, pay 2 and tap. Add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool, put a brick counter on it, and tap, add 3 mana of any 1 color to your mana pool. Activate it if there's 3 brick counters on it. Alright, interesting. For limited, this card is an F, I believe. It's, I guess, a D minus if you're splashing. It is not a horrendous way to fix your mana. For example, there are some things like particular Aftermath cards that if you're only the color of the front half, then being able to have free sources in your deck to get the other half is nice. But no, Not really feeling it. This is F, potential D minus if you're need some mana fixing in limited. For constructed, this is really slow. It is probably just not going to be good enough in constructed either, because you have to play it on turn 1, then on turn 2. So with each turn you're activating it, you're down a mana. So like the only real reason you would want to play this in constructed is to get to the Gilded Lotus aspect, but I think it just takes too long. I don't think this is going to show up in constructed. Oh, that's the last of our artifacts. Okay, well, artifacts was fast enough that I won't take a break between them. I'll just go straight to the lands and finish this all off. Yeah, there's only like 7 lands to do. So, pulling up the first of the lands. Cradle of the Accursed. Land Desert. Tap, add colorless to your mana pool. Pay 3 and tap, sacrifice Cradle of the Accursed. Create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. Activate this ability only at the time you could cast a sorcery. So, this land is a desert, and deserts, I suppose there's only one card in the set so far that cares about deserts. The Krosan Tusker cycling guy that can search it up. This card's not great. For limited, a land, if your mana is quite good, you could potentially play this in your limited deck. But even then, just the generic like 8-9 split of lands in limited deck is bad. Like, you get mana screwed a fair, like color screwed a fair amount in limited, like certainly more than you do in constructed, because your mana base is like just the 8-9 split for a 2-color deck is like below what you would like. So it's tough. I don't think this is a big enough payoff for any desert synergies or even just the zombie. Like, that's kind of quite mediocre. Evolving Wilds. So, I suppose I should talk about it for constructed. Yeah, there's such good competition at the moment in standard for colorless lands. Maybe if the next set brings some desert synergies that are really strong, we could see it. But no, there's multiple cycles of great colorless lands to use in standard at the moment. So, Evolving Wilds, a classic. We've seen it in probably 15 different sets by now. It's always great in limited. Yeah, this is in a 2-color deck. It's fine to play. It's good mana fixing. It's great for helping you splash. There are a lot of reasons to want to splash in this format because of the aftermath cards. If you have only one half of it as your main color, and then you can get the second half. So yeah, Evolving Wilds is good. Where to pick it? It's not a super high pick, unless you're going into like third pack of the draft, and your 3 colors or your 2 colors of the splash. Then it comes a little higher. I mean, I imagine almost everyone who's watching a limited set review has played Evolving Wilds plenty of times in the past, so you know how good Evolving Wilds is. It's like a C in a 2-color deck and like a B in a 3-color deck. And for constructed, Evolving Wilds, C's play in standard right now. There are Delirium decks and Tireless Tracker decks, like Evolving Wilds. We've already seen this. Painted Bluffs. Land Desert. tap add colorless to your mana pool, and pay 1 and tap add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool. So this is Shimmering Grotto and the one from Theros, the Something Shore. Yeah, this is the third time we've seen this exact card. I suppose this time it is a desert in addition to being Shimmering Grotto. Shimmering Grotto is always bad. This is for limited. This is there's no real desert synergies to speak of at the moment, and if you're splashing, you suppose you could do worse than using this to splash the back end of an Aftermath card, but it is much worse than Evolving Wilds at doing that. And it's kind of funny that the only desert synergy in this set is a card that searches up basic lands or deserts. So you wouldn't even need this for the mana fixing, because the Krosan Tusker guy can already just search up your splash color instead of needing to search up this to produce your splash color. It's kind of awkward. So this is, for limited, this is D minus, like it's just quite bad. And for constructed, I'm pretty sure Shimmering Grotto is already in standard and not good. Grasping Dunes, another land desert with tap add colorless to your mana pool, and pay 1 and sacrifice it to put a -1/-1 counter on target creature. Activate this ability only at a time you could cast a sorcery. So out of all the deserts, this is easily the best one so far. That is a nice ability. Having your land be able to sack to pick off any 1 toughness creature is really, really nice. The fact that you can attack in, I understand this is sorcery, so you can attack in whenever, if your creature gets into combat and your opponent's creature survives, post-combat you can finish their creature off if it's 1 damage away from dying. You can activate it pre-combat, like if you have 2 3/3s, your opponent is a 3/3, you can activate this, make their 3/3 a 2/2, and then get in with both your 3/3s and they can't block anymore. Yeah, this card's good. This card is probably like a C+ in limited, and it even goes up to like a B- against certain decks that have a high number of 1 toughness creatures. In fact, if your opponent has multiple 1 toughness creatures in their deck, this is just going to be a B-. This is a great card. For constructed, it even has a chance of all the... there is a lot of competition, I already said, for colorless lands with activated abilities in standard at the moment, but this is... the fact that this is one of the ones that can kill a creature is very nice. It can... for 1 toughness creature seeing play in standard, I suppose it can kill like Walking Ballista, but you're not going to do it on turn 2. Maybe it's only okay in standard. There's a lot of competition. It'll be close. And it certainly could be a good sideboard card in standard. So Irrigated Farmland, I'm using this just to speak for all the cards in this cycle. So it's a land, Plains Island, which means it has inherently the ability to tap add blue or white to your mana pool. That's why that's written in parenthesis there. It enters the battlefield tapped, and it has cycling 2. So for limited, this card is fine. In limited, this is basically not very different to the Guild Gates or the Kansas, well, I suppose the Oath of the Gatewatch, Shadows of Innistrad cycle of lands that just came into play tapped and tapped for 2 colors. These are, if you are blue and white, or if you're the 2 colors that the land happens to be, then it is quite good and you'll probably make use of the cycling a fair bit. If you're not the 2 colors, whilst it is nice to have dual lands in limited for your splashes, be aware that you're much less if you're using this as mana fixing for your splash color, you're much less likely to be able to cycle it, because you might just have to play it to get your splash color even when you have like 6 lands in play and you don't really want more lands. But I mean, obviously they're still just strictly better than the Oath of the Gatewatch cycle of uncommon lands. these are quite good. Even in limited, if I'm one of these two colors, I will be playing half colored ones. So if I'm blue black, I would play irrigated farmland. If I was white green, I would play irrigated farmland, because the land that a land that comes into play tapped and has cycling too is quite nice. So yeah, in limited, they're not high picks. They are C minuses, but they're quite good. Maybe this is C. They're about the Evolving Wilds level. For constructed though, these cards are brilliant. I love these cards. One of my favorite land cycles printed in a long time. So yeah, this is great. With how this is going to impact standard is that if there are decks that are like shard colors, so that is two allied color pairs, such that they could play up to 8 of these, it'll mean that those decks can play more lands than they normally would, so they mitigate their chance of getting mana screwed in the early game, and these help mitigate you getting flooded in the late game by you're able to cycle them in for new cards. For standard, the fact that they have basic land types, that it's Plains Island, is not too meaningful. It means that you can reveal them to the Shadows of Innistrad land cycle. I think that's about it for standard implications. These cards have modern implications mainly because of the card Life from the Loam. Finally, Life from the Loam has cycling lands again. I would expect mid-range green decks or even combo green decks with like Seismic Assault to make a resurgence. I mean, they didn't have cycling lands before. This is a big deal. The fact that they're Plains Island is also nice and modern. You can fetch for them. I mean, I don't think many decks apart from Life in the Loam decks will be playing these, but the Life in the Loam deck can, if they don't have a play on turn 1, they might as well just fetch up this instead of and leave or fetch up like the green-red one and leave Stomping Ground still in their deck, which is nice. Yeah, these cards are great. They're brilliant for constructed. Well, for reviewing for land cycles for standard, every land cycle that gets printed in standard, like printed C standard play, even the Oath of the Gatewatch just come into play tapped lands with no text, are C play in standard, fringe play, but they do show up. So the Guild Gates saw fringe standard play as well, even with a standard format that had great mana fixing with like the shock lands. So every dual land cycle sees play in standard. But these are exciting. I really like this dual land cycle. So Cascading Cataracts. Land, rare, indestructible. Why? I don't know, but it is. Tap, add colorless to your mana pool, and pay 5 and tap, add 5 mana of any combination of colors to your mana pool. You know, it's been a long time since I've read a card and been so baffled as to what's going on. Indestructible is just really throwing me. Why is this land indestructible? I don't understand. If it was a story card, it should not be like legendary. I don't know. So in limited, this is just like a D minus F. Like you're just never going to play this in limited. This is even worse than the Shimmering Grotto Desert that we saw a few cards back, and that got a D minus F. So for constructed, what's going on with this card? So this is like a Shimmering Grotto that you can use to go really hard off color. Like you can, for example, be playing a mono green deck in standard and use this to cast Dark Intimations, which is like blue, black, black, red. Like you could be playing a mono green deck and cast a Grixis colored 5-drop off of it. I guess that's the kind of thing you want to be doing with this card. Who knows? We've never really seen a card do that kind of thing before, so that's a bit strange. That could be powerful. There could be something that you really want access to off another color. You could be playing like mono green and use it to cast a Supreme Verdict. I don't know. I don't know. You can go really hard off color. Someone in the chat has mentioned you can awaken onto it. You get an indestructible creature. Alright, not bad. But yeah, you can Ghost Quarter it. You can combo it with Ghost Quarter to fix your mana. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, this card's just weird. Don't know what you're supposed to do with it in Constructed. And here we are, the final card in the set. End of the review. So, Sunscorched Desert, land, desert. When Sunscorched Desert enters the battlefield, it deals 1 damage to target player, and has tap, add colorless to your mana pool. For limited, this is just an F. That effect is so small, and it is not worth making limited mana bases, which are already bad, worse. The times where this color screws you, you lose the game. The times where you just draw it and it's nice, free, colorless land as part of your curve, it barely impacts the game. So just don't play this in limited. In constructed, this has some sort of combo applications. You can any sort of combo that involves blinking lands in and out. Any sort of if you're playing the Krosan Dusker that searches a land from your deck and puts it in play, it can search out deserts. Someone in the chat has mentioned you can fetch this out at instant speed to deal 1 damage to your opponent. Why would you want to do that? Well, that interacts with the Saheeli Rai Felidar Guardian combo by letting you kill Saheeli Rai when she's on 1 loyalty. So you kind of have an uncounterable way of interacting with that combo. With the Krosan Tusker card was already kind of a card that I think is reasonable enough for constructed, so that's nice. So it'll have some fringe applications there. And maybe there is some sort of combo deck that's like putting lands into and out of play, blinking lands a bunch that maybe we'll use this as a win condition. This is something that like might come up 10 years down the line. Whatever. That's all there really is to say about Sunscorched Desert. So, we've reached the end of the review. We hit every single card. It only took me over 10 hours, I think, for both halves. Well, thank you for watching up until now.